Well, good afternoon, everybody. On behalf of my Deputy Convener and myself, we extend a warm welcome to this Planning Committee held in the Lesser Town Hall in Falkirk, Wednesday the 21st of September. In accordance with Section 43 of the Local Government in Scotland Act 2003, it has been directed that this meeting will be conducted in such a manner as to allow remote attendance by elected members. The meeting will also be live streamed. Before we go into today's business, which is quite lengthy, I would just like to say at this stage is that this is the first Council committee meeting since the death of Her Majesty and her funeral, and I think it would be as a mark of respect that we stand, for those that are able to stand as a mark of respect, and have a 2-minute silence. Thank you. Thank you very much. That takes us into today's business. First of all, apologies. Any apologies?
Thank you, Convener. We have apologies from Councillor Brown. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Item 2 is declaration of interest, and just for clarity, I'll read this out. Members should declare any financial and non-financial interest they have in any item of business at the meeting, identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of the interest. Have we any declaration of interest at this time? No. Thank you. Takes us to item 3 on your agenda. Minute of meeting of the Planning Committee held on the 31st of August 2022. It's pages 4 to 24 on your agenda papers. Have we any questions arising from that, Councillor Steenbank?
It's a minor point, but on page 13, I believe, just after item P23, it says that the committee adjourned at 12:30 and then reconvened at 10 p.m. with all members present. I believe I left the meeting at that point with your leave, Convener.
Okay. That's noted. Fine, thank you. Any other declarations at this time? No? Fine, thank you very much. That takes us to item 4 on your agenda. Today is subdivision and extension of dwelling house to form new dwelling house at 6 Booth Place, Falkirk for Mr. and Mrs. Anderson. It's pages 25 to 46. It was continued for a site visit which took place this morning. Before I bring in our officer to read the report, there's deputation requests, and I'm going to put these to you to ensure that we make the right decision. An application has been made by Councillor Lorna Binney to be received as a deputation to be heard in respect of this item of business. I'm happy to agree. How do members feel? Agreed. Thank you.
Agreed.
An application has been made by Graham and Pam Sinclair, objectors to be received as a deputation to be heard in respect of this item of business. I'm happy to agree.
Agreed.
Thank you for that. And the third one is that there's been a deputation request it's been quite late, but we believe that it's the proper thing to do for Ryan Marshall, the agent for the application. Our members agree. I'm quite happy to agree. Agreed. That's fine. Thank you very much. The application report will be coming forward from Julie Seidel-Gregory. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you, Convener. This application relates to the subdivision and extension of a dwelling house to form a new dwelling house at 6 Booth Place in Falkirk. The application was originally heard by Planning Committee on the 31st of August, but it was decided to continue the application to allow an unaccompanied site inspection to take place. The Planning Committee visited the application site this morning. Committee members viewed the physical characteristics of the application site in the surrounding area. No new issues are arising following the site visit. The application is assessed as being in accordance with the development plan, and there are no material planning considerations which outweigh the provisions of the development plan in this instance. It is recommended that the Planning Committee grant planning permission subject to the conditions outlined at section 4 of your update report. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Julie. This is now an opportunity for the first deputation, which is Councillor Lorna Binney. She's got 10 minutes to speak. Thank you, Councillor Binney.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Convener, and everyone on the Planning Committee to enable me to address you today in the form of a deputation on behalf of my constituents who have neighbouring properties that have objected to this application. I also wish to thank you for attending the site visit. I know how busy you all are, but I hope it helps to put a visual in perspective. The application is to replace an existing garage, subdivide the existing property into 2, build back into the existing rear garden to form a dwelling house and to create a new narrow dwelling plot. This makes the application similar in objectives and nature to an application previously refused by both Falkirk Council and the Scottish Government. There are legitimate comparisons between the two applications as such, namely in areas such as plot width, density and dwelling house with cramming and spacing, and how they sit against the Falkirk Council's local development plan. Falkirk Council's reasons for declining prior planning permission application on the 26th of September 2019. The proposed dwelling house would not respect the setting of the surrounding area of townscape value and the neighbouring conservation area. Design materials and proportions would not respect the character and settlement pattern of the area. 2. The proposed dwelling house would constitute overdevelopment of the site. The proposed dwelling house would create an undesirable precedent for future development. If approved, the application would be a newly formed dwelling plot. It would not be a newly created dwelling. It would have its own address on a new plot. The proposal extends the current garage into the back garden to allow the creation of this new discrete standalone dwelling with a 2-storey extension plus a further 1-storey extension. Therefore, it is a new dwelling in a new plot using the back garden land, as the existing garage is extended into the garden to allow the dwelling to be formed. In terms of the existing back garden, the proposed dwelling building would extend 16 feet into the back garden from the back of the current garage wall, with the proposed adjoining raised terrace patio also considered, extends 28 feet into the back garden from the current garage wall. It's clear 2 aspects of this application fail against Falkirk Council's local development plan for the same reasons as the previous application. The width of the plot and the width of the proposed discrete dwelling house within the narrow plot. again fail the two policies of areas of townscape value and infill development and subdivision of plots. Regardless that a garage already exists on this existing plot, the proposed newly formed plot has already deemed inappropriate for the surrounding area and in breach of Falkirk Council's local development plan. The reporting officer from the Scottish Government deemed it so when the previous application was denied. Not only was that a factor in the denial, but the Scottish Government also deemed that the proposed house in that application, a building actually 1 metre narrower than the resultant dwelling would be in this application, was essentially a cramming spacing issue, again contravening Falkirk Council's local development plan. Therefore, a wider discrete dwelling than before in the same narrow width of the plot is logically a breach of these areas of Falkirk Council's local development plan. Therefore, the application fails against the areas of townscape value and infill development and subdivision of plots policies. From the previous application, the Scottish Government's Reporter Planning and Environmental Appeals Division reached a verdict on the 8th of January 2020 and the appeal was dismissed and planning permission was refused, and it was determined in accordance with Falkirk Council's local development plan. The reporter's verdict on the application against the areas of townscape value from the local development plan was highly relevant in this case in policy D11 areas of townscape value, now PE09 and LDP2, describes the plot as very narrow in respect of its historic and pattern and density of development. I do not think this would be respected by forming a narrow plot as is proposed. The U house would appear crammed in the context of generally much wider plots along Booth Place and the area of townscape value more generally. The development, even if only one dwelling, would be a much denser form of development than presently exists. The cramped appearance would also, in our judgment, result in an adverse effect on the setting of the more generously spaced buildings around it. The reporter's verdict on the application against infill development and some subdivision of plots from the local development plan, policy HSGO5 infill development and subdivision of plots is therefore of direct relevance to the appeal process. It supports the erection of additional houses within the curtilage of existing properties subject to a number of criteria, including that the scale, density, disposition and design of the development respects the townscape character of the area. We cover the first of these bullet points in the conclusion above in PE09. Therefore, the aspect HSGO5 would be failed. Now moving on to PO9 and the local development plan. The north side of the street is on the edge of the conservation area and the proposed development facing the conservation area would be unsympathetic to the appearance and character of the surrounding area. The application does not preserve or enhance the character and appearance of the conservation area. Additionally, it contradicts point 2, where it should respect the character and appearance of the original building. The development do neither. The application is in an area of townscape value, see PO9.1 and 2, and does not fit into the distinct character of the area with reference to the historic pattern and density of the development in terms of setting, agricultural style, massing and materials used. Development would be contrary to the points and sentiment of PA009. It would be a large tall property squeezed into a small plot and detract from the traditional houses. Notwithstanding the plot is on the Antonine wall line, the existing garage, however, makes a positive contribution to the character of the area. The demolition of it directly contradicts the local development plan. The proposed development would result in an overdevelopment of the plot, such as an adequate level of ground would not be provided for either proposed or donor property. The density and disposition of the proposed dwelling would not provide an acceptable level of residential amenity, with poor outlook from lower windows and in closeness to the neighbouring dwellings. The proposed development remains as being contrary to policies HCOS, infill development and plot subdivision. Regarding infill development and plot subdivision, the scale, density, disposition and design does not respect the townscape value of the area. Adequate garden ground at the front will be impacted by having to use the front for additional parking to serve the proposed houses and cause an unacceptable impact on the size or functioning of the existing garden, that the privacy and daylighting would affect all the adjoining properties and that the application would represent an overdevelopment of the site. The proposed development is unsympathetic to the existing building, and that it's a contradiction where the location and scale of the building impacts the degree of amenity, daylight and privacy enjoyed by neighbouring properties due to its rather overbearing size and stature. The new development will cause significant overshadowing to neighbours in the existing property as well as the garden of number 4 Booth Place. The development proposed is longer and higher than the existing buildings and thus will affect the natural daylight which they currently enjoy during the afternoon and the evening period. Now, with respect, the planning officer, I've written here, put in pictures of Anderson's garden at the last planning meeting, specifically showing number 8's extension. This is misleading. The committee as the two properties are not the same. Number 8 is an extension that has been there for 35 years.
Please wind up, sorry, Councillor, but please wind up. You're over your 10 minutes. Thank you.
Right, okay. In summary, we have concerns and questions against all documents within the planning application. The application form the existing drawings and proposed drawings, and we believe the application conflicts with Falkirk Council's local development plan, specifically in areas of townscape value and infill development and subdivision of plots. However, this application, like the previous one before it, should be refused planning permission as two significant breaches, plot width and building width, remain. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you very much for your contribution. There's an opportunity now, before we go on to the objectors, for members of the committee who would like to ask questions of Councillor Binney. No? Okay, it's an opportunity now for the objectors, Graham and Pam Sinclair. You've got 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Convener, and thank you to the Planning Committee for the opportunity to address members today. I'm speaking on behalf of 3 neighbouring properties who objected to this application. As Councillor Binney mentioned, it's for a new plot to be created, and within that plot there would be a new dwelling house with its own address. Now, I'm not planning to go through each point that we've raised, but rather I'd like to focus on a couple of points that didn't make it into the planning officer's report, and these are important to provide context for you when making a decision. You're all aware of the previous application for this site, which was to replace the garage and driveway with a new house and a plot. For that application, the planning officer had recommended the application be approved, but the planning committee overruled that and refused permission. And when the applicant appealed to the Scottish Government, the DPEA, they endorsed the planning committee's verdict. The person who carried out the Scottish Government investigation had 2 important qualities. Firstly, they were independent, unlike me as an objector, and secondly, they were a planning professional, again, unlike me. So it's very important to look at the conclusions they came to. And that independent planning professional who carried out the appeal investigation on behalf of the Scottish Government confirmed that you, the Planning Committee, were right to refuse planning permission, and in doing so, you upheld the aims and the guidelines of the Falkirk Local Development Plan in this residential area, which the Council has designated to be of townscape value, and as such, could become a conservation area. The investigation report refusing the appeal was comprehensive, and there was a list of reasons why planning permission was not granted. And we appreciate that this is a new application and that some adaptations have been made. However, it's important to note that not everything can be amended. Some areas of the application have been modified, and that's been noted by the planning officer. But the areas that have not been addressed in the application, and they actually can't be fixed, those outstanding items from the Scottish Government Independent Planners Report that remain concerns are plot width and house width. And these two aspects were specifically called out by the Scottish Government reporter and absolutely still apply this time. They have not been addressed in the application or incorporated in the planning officer's report, despite being specifically called out by neighbours' objections. And the Scottish Government appointed expert viewed that they were in breach of the Falkirk Local Development Plan, and they're almost impossible to fix because, as they said, plot width and house width, the size of the garage, the width of the garage is the width of the garage, and that can't change. So to summarise, because I know Lorna, Councillor Binney has been through a number of the points, we could mention a number of points that we disagree with. However, just focusing on the 2 points of plot width and house width, which already have been deemed by an independent planning professional as not adhering to Falkirk Council policy, both the previous application and this application would replace the garage with a new house. This application, like the previous one, should be refused because of how it breaches policy in these two aspects of plot width and building width. Because what message does it send out if people can turn their garages and driveways into houses? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Go to the members of the committee. Is there any member of the committee who would like to ask any question of the objector? None? Okay, thank you. That's now an opportunity for the agent, Ryan Marshall, to speak. You have 10 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you to the wider Planning Committee to allow us to make this representation today. I'll be brief and as quickly as I possibly can get through the points I want to make. I appreciate the committee has a packed agenda today, and I appreciate you guys have also been out and about on site visits this morning. So taking on board some of the previous comments, I just want to categorically state that we need to focus on the basis of this being a fundamentally different application to that previously submitted and also previously considered by the Scottish Government ministers in the appeal process. The proposal in this instance looks to create a new dwelling house from the conversion of an existing part of a building and a modest extension. It could be argued that the actual extension proposed, if not subdivided, some of which could be actually covered under permitted development rights, would be no different to a householder application seeking to extend the size of their property as an overall envelope. The second point as a principle is subdivision of a property to form two properties or two dwellings. That already exists in Booth Place on the basis of 4A and 4 Booth Place. We can talk about subdivision of properties either in a horizontal nature or in a vertical nature. My point to that would be, would members consider a different approach or a different appraisal to this if the top floor and ground floor were being proposed to be converted to two separate apartments as opposed to two separate dwellings? Our point of view is that the principle is exactly the same. You have two dwellings formed within the same volume, the same property. And I think just on the basis of the wider townscape value, fundamentally from the street elevation, very little is proposed other than alterations to the existing garage doors. I would stress again to committee members that we are not seeking to demolish the existing garage. We're not seeking to flatten the ground and raise a new building from that. It is fundamentally a conversion and a small intervention to the front elevation, reusing what the existing garage is currently. It's also key to note that the existing garage also has first floor accommodation within it at the moment as a bedroom, and it has a balcony to the rear which faces out over the garden space. So again, in principal terms, there is already accommodation within that volume other than what is essentially garden and garage parking space on the ground floor. So the key points again I'd like to reiterate is the fact that this is a fundamentally new application. We've considered and heard various points and reiterations of what the previous plan application which sought to demolish the garage and erect a sizable new house and new dwelling on the plot, which was considerably larger than what this proposal is, had then been appraised against through both the planning committee process and the appeal process. Those points which have been reiterated again today have all been related to a previous application based on a new build and a replacement dwelling. This is a fundamentally different proposal. And again, just to close on my point to that is, the key question here in my view is whether subdivision, whether that be vertically or horizontally, is a principle which is already established in the area. My view is that it already has been, where the subdivision of previous and adjacent houses have been split into apartments. Thank you for your time.
Okay, Mr. Marshall, thank you very much for your contribution. An opportunity now for any committee members to ask any questions of Mr. Marshall. None, okay, fine, thank you. The initial report by Julie Seidel. Is there any committee members, before we open it up to debate, is there any committee members who would like to ask any questions of the report? I would think it was very beneficial to go out and site. We've heard from the applicant's agent, we've heard from the objectors, and we've heard from our own officer. So at this particular juncture, is there anybody who would like to ask any further questions before we go into debate to take a decision? Councillor Steenrod, thank you.
Yeah, just to clarify a question, I think it's important to have it within the context of the committee meeting, not just sites. Just in terms of determination that there wouldn't be necessarily a substantial change to light affecting adjacent properties, could we maybe just have some detail on that in the meeting, if that's okay?
Thank you, Beth. Happy to make comment on that. As we've seen at the site visit this morning, I described to you the proposed modifications and additions to the existing garage building to facilitate this development. To the front, it's a fairly modest porch, which doesn't project any further forward than the existing front building line. Clearly, there would be no overshadowing as a result of that porch. To the rear elevation, it's predominantly single storey. I tried to show you what would be the rear building line of that. It's a 4.9 metre projection to the rear, which is single storey. You noted the high walls on either side there, which is already a character of that rear area. And the projection, the upper projection to the garage is again quite a small projection of 1.9 metres. So it is our view that there would not be an impact on overshadowing as a result of the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions to Councillor Bowes?
Thank you, Convener.
Thank you.
I do apologise, I couldn't make the meeting this morning. Hopefully you can hear it in my voice. I've got a bit of a cold and I didn't want to be coughing and spluttering all over everyone. I have been obviously at the site previously, so I'm quite aware of the site. Can I ask if we can maybe see the drawings, sketch plans for this site? It's just obviously with not being on site this morning, I've not had the chance to see them, and I wonder if Julie could possibly show the details on them. If I have seen them once before, but it would be useful to see them again just now.
Just give us a minute and we'll get the technology rolling. Councillor Bowes, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Bowes, you should be able to see in front of you now the proposed plans. To the left-hand side there, the far left-hand side, you can see the proposed ground floor plan for the converted garage, which would become a dwelling. You can see the rear projection there and the small front porch, and you can see the level of accommodation that's proposed. We've just zoomed in there so that you can see the first floor, and you can see the first floor, what would be accommodated on the first floor, and then that smaller rear projection. If we move that now over onto the elevations to the side there, that's really helpful, thank you. In front of you there, you can just see the front elevation. You can see that front porch that's been referred to. There'll be 3 small windows, which are a new feature on that front elevation. And then to the rear, you can see that rear extension that's proposed. And what we're showing now is that the various projections, as I've said, that ground floor projection is approximately, I believe, 4.9 metres, and then there's a shorter projection to the upper floor, which is not dissimilar to the character of that existing balcony. Hopefully that helps.
Julie, see before you go, sorry, whilst you've got that up there, I can see the gable end. I can also see an extension behind that. I'm taking the flat roof as being the current one we're looking at. Behind that you can see a chimney and a roof. Is that a neighbouring property?
That's the donor property, so that's the existing building that forms part of this building at the moment. Okay,
so it's not coming out as far as the original property then?
No.
Right, okay. Well, how does it sit on, if I remember, if we were to take a cross section from the other side, the house to the right hand side, I think it's got quite big extensions on the back of it as well, has it not?
The members did view that this morning, Councillor Bowes. The neighbouring property to the west has rear extensions which project further than this proposal. We were also able to look at the trees which are mentioned in objections when we were on site, and as I previously mentioned, those existing walls both to the west and east of what would be the new garden.
Thank you, Julie.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. It just helps to sort of see the. I know I've been there before, but it was just to see the drawings and see it and put that into perspective. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Councillor. Any other councillor? Provost Bissett. Thank you, sir.
Councillor Binney made reference to a property. Can you hear me? Try this one. Councillor Binney made reference to a property in Booth Place that we previously refused as a comparative property, and I recall that one and I remember the site visit, so I just wondered if it is a true comparison that Councillor Binney is reflecting there.
Sorry, I understand that Councillor Binney was referring to the previous refusal of planning permission at this same site. So that application was for the demolition of this garage that we're referring to, and it was a new build house in that side plot. This proposal is for the subdivision and conversion of the existing house with the additions that we've just referred to.
Okay, but I believe there was a property in Booth Place that it was a couple of years ago. I thought that's what Councillor Binney was maybe referring to as a comparison that we refused.
Perhaps she could clarify. I took it that we were referring to the planning history for this site.
Councillor Binney, you want to clarify the situation for the Provost?
Yeah, it was the previous application, and it was in the same location, Provost Bissett. It was a different application. It was for a standalone building. This is completely different. This is a U dwelling and a U plot. using the back garden land as existing garage is extended into the garden to allow the dwelling to be formed. And that was the one. The original one was actually rejected by the planning committee, and it went to the reporter. Is that the one that you mean?
No, it's okay. I've maybe picked it up wrong. Thanks very much.
Not at all.
Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, convener, and apologies also that I couldn't join you this morning. I'm not particularly well today, but I'll do my best to make it through all the items. I did, obviously I've been, like Councillor Bryce, I have been to site before, but I did go again to site out with the planning committee with another member just to reappraise myself. I think really a lot hinges on whether we see this as whether we agree that it is overmassing, whether that the plot is appropriate, not for, it already has the extension there. The question is whether we agree whether it's appropriate for a classification of another dwelling house and how that sits within the plot. I mean, I think that the question probably in my mind is that knowing what happened before in the planning history, and also this is a completely new application and it is a different proposal. It's not the demolishment, and demolishing and building of a different, it's a different character and style. But in essence, the question which was highlighted by the reporter is the same. Is this going to be overmassing and appropriate to have a separate dwelling house? I take the point about the precedent and what the agent was saying, the precedent of other houses having been subdivided and whether they're sort of vertical or horizontal, kind of being within that, but I suppose what we can only judge this particular site and what's appropriate here in this specific location. And I think that I probably would like to ask the planning officer in terms of when we assessed the previous application, it's the same. If we just take it from basically the width element of things, when the recommendation was to approve, we disagreed as a committee. It went to the reporter and the reporter agreed, but I suppose it's whether in the assessment of this particular new application, how planning officers have been able to consider what the reporter said before in relation to that particular aspect, because I always value very much the advice that officers give. Advice that officers are giving is that they think this is in accordance with the local development plan and it's not inappropriate development, and it's not cramming and overdevelopment. But previously the reporter said that a similar proposal of a similar width, etc. was. So it's whether the plan officer can kind of explain the thinking and rationale behind how these things sit, because that in my mind is the main question for me anyway, considering this.
Thank you, Julie.
Thank you, convener. That's a very interesting question, Councillor Murtagh. I think, as we often find here in the planning committee, particularly when it comes to issues in relation to design, it can be very subjective. And the policy on plot infill development and subdivision of plot talks about scale, density, disposition and design, and whether those would fit in. In both circumstances, we took the view that it did. As a town centre location, it's an area of townscape value, it is next to a conservation area. We take the view that it's an area that has got quite varied architectural treatment, scale. There are different plot sizes, and as the agent referred there are other dwellings adjacent which have been subdivided. Our view is that this is quite a different proposal. Previously, the 2019 application was for the partial demolition of that house in a very large, quite substantial new build dwelling house within that plot over a larger footprint. This is a much more modest proposal, and we take the view that it's still in accordance with the development plan.
Okay. Thank you. And Councillor Kerr, then followed by Councillor Steinberg. Thank you.
Just a quick question, convener. I would like to have got it before the plan came down. Out this morning, where the extension at the back will it be higher than the existing wall that's there? And if it is, how high, how much more?
If we call up the drawings again, this is possibly as well maybe perhaps something that the planning agent could speak to in terms of the height of the wall in relation to the rear projections.
Okay. You're listening in, Mr. Marshall. You've heard the question, and maybe you could answer it simply. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall? Mr. Marshall, can you hear us?
Hi, convener, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Did you hear the question that was posed to our officer by Councillor Kerr regarding the height of the wall?
Yeah, sorry, I heard that question, convener. I think there was a bit of an issue there because I think Julie's was in control of the screen there, just showing the drawings. The relationship, I don't know how the technical aspect of this might work if Julie has to then refer back to this, but the rear elevation would indicate the relationship where the existing wall to number 6 then steps down as it progresses back along the garden wall. That's probably a clear indication to see the levels of adjacent walls and the walls proposed to the surrogate house. The overall single-storey extension on the ground floor would have an eaves level which would sit higher than the existing current wall, but approximately around about a metre above that. Now, the actual floor level is significantly lower than that, so the overall outlook aspect would be lower than the existing wall.
Okay.
That answers the councillor's question to that.
Yes, that's great, convener.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Marshall. Councillor Stainrod, thank you.
Thank you, convener. I did have a question, and I've sort of noted down, and I think the variance in architectural styles in the area is an important point, but I was aware that Councillor Binney, I think, sort of had the chance to half complete a point around the adjacent property, which has had an extension for 35 years. So I was just wondering whether Councillor Binney would like to sort of answer to the significance that she sees on the 35 years of the adjacent extension, a distinct property, and how that might shed some light on why this proposal is distinct and potentially not analogous to that situation, if that makes sense.
Councillor Steinbank, could I refer to Mrs. Sinclair, who actually lives in the area, would probably be best to answer that question.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think Councillor Binney was referring to the fact that the house next door has an extension. It's 35 years old and it's an extension to a house. And what's being proposed here is a brand new dwelling house that, whilst you can subdivide and it can be top or bottom, as the architect said, this is a side by side. And when the independent planning reporter looked at that, what he said was that for a plot width, and whilst there's differences, the plot width remains the same. He said that it's not an appropriate width for a plot, and therefore it does not align with the Falkirk Council policies, because you know, the width is not subjective. The width is an absolute. It's a figure, and so therefore it doesn't align. So Lorna, I think Councillor Binney was saying it can't be compared. A new plot can't be compared to an extension. And whilst people might think the extension's too big, you know, if that's the case, that was 35 years ago, and we shouldn't make a decision on something that we think maybe shouldn't have been allowed.
Okay then, thank you for your contribution there. I think we'll bring, just for openness and transparency, we'll bring Mr. Marshall in on the particular subject that we're speaking about just now. Have you any comment to make?
Thank you, convener. Yeah, I mean, I think whilst, again, most of the referrals are back to previous considerations by Scottish ministers and reporters based on the proposal. To reiterate again, the previous proposal saw a significantly larger dwelling house on the site and the demolition of the existing garage. So fundamentally, that was considered by the reporter under the principle of having a new build dwelling and the policy issues that was reviewed on that, not considering this application, which looked at conversion. In regards to the existing extensions either side, I feel there is a context point which, if you look at the overall massing of a building in the proposal, both in regards to the existing extension to the parent site, where the existing extension was noted within the elevations from Councillor Bowes, and also the extension to 6 Booth Place, those fundamentally also create the context in which the new property sits. It almost bounds either side, and I think actually reinforces the principle of the modest extension proposed in this application. Thank you.
Any other questions, Councillor Steinberg? Any other questions?
No, thank you.
No other questions? Councillor Redmond.
Thanks. Just on parking as well, obviously things existing, it's not really building wise, it's not major changes, but if it is a separate dwelling, that's going to be another 2 cars plus their visitors. We're on the street today, so it was single yellow lines up the way, and then there is a car park at the end of the street, but I believe Councillor Forrest says that was for the health centre. So I was wondering, the existing house is quite big. Is that a 5-bedroom house? Like, just to kind of give us an idea of what sort of car usage
Julie
is going to be.
The plans show that the existing driveway to the frontage of the house would be opened up to create a larger driveway. This would mean that there was dedicated parking, 2 spaces for the new house, and I believe it's 3 spaces shown for the donor property, and that's the maximum number of off-street spaces that we would expect for a domestic property. The Roads Development Unit were consulted and they didn't have any objections with the parking that was shown.
Yeah, what we could do, we'll bring in Craig Russell from Roads at this particular stage just to sort of clarify exactly how our roads officers are feeling in relation to the application. Craig?
Thanks, convener. I mean, our position's just been read out by Julie. The donor property parking will be provided for that at the rate detailed in your guidance, and parking will be provided for the proposed subdivided property, again as per your guidance.
Forrest, thank you, sir.
Thank you. After viewing the property this morning, Julie, I'll direct it to you if this is okay. You said that there was going to be a small porch on the front of the new property that was not going to encroach into any further into the parking area. Going by the drawing, the front view of the facade, the porch actually looks as though it's going to take up about 20 to 25% of the entire frontage. Maybe the drawings are a wee bit ambiguous, but if that's the case, then almost the entire front of the driveway will have to be opened up so that there's 2 cars for that one and 2 cars for that, because they won't be able to park as they were this morning that we saw.
Perhaps we could show the proposed site plan again so that we can understand the parking situation. The drawings do show dedicated parking for both the donor property and the proposed new property, and you can see just scroll to the left there. Yep. And you can see that front porch is a very narrow porch. It's less than, I think it's about 750 mil. It doesn't come any further forward than the existing front building line, leaving enough room for the length of 2 cars parked at right angles to the roadway.
Thanks. It was more the width of it, so I
right.
was talking about Julie.
Yeah. hopefully you can see from that plan there, showing that it's quite a modest porch. If you scroll down a wee bit. It's approximately the width of one garage door. There you go. It's approximately the width of one garage door, and it's a very narrow projection, much less than a metre.
Thank you. Just for clarification, what is the porch actually going to be made of? Because it looks fairly modern, etc., in comparison to the existing stone building.
It's a contemporary front edge. This is something that we would welcome within our historic areas. There's a mixed palette of materials that I think the planning agent should speak to, with specific reference to the porch. Can you perhaps go over the material selection and we get the drawing back up?
Thanks, Julie.
Ryan, can you explain the specific materials that will be used on the frontage?
Yeah, so predominantly what we're looking at there is essentially infills to the existing garage door opening. As Julie commented there, the porch overall width is not substantially greater than the overall width of the existing door to the left. This has been brought out just over 700 millimetres to essentially line through the primary elevation, and it would be a mix of opaque glass, masonry and a slatted screen, essentially just to act as a focal point of entry to the proposed new dwelling. The existing garage door to the right would have an infill, 2 windows and a masonry column in the centre. There is actually materials key off to the right there, which is indicating a mix of masonry, either brick and or stone and render, with the slatted screen there, an intervention to the front again.
Thank you for that. I think everybody could see why I was thinking that the porch was much wider.
Okay then, is there anybody got any other questions before we get into the debate here? Any other questions? Any other questions? None? Okay then, I'm opening it up to everybody now. You've heard we've been in sight, you've heard the objector, you've heard the agent, and you've heard our officer. Would anybody like to come in at this stage? Well, I would say quite clearly my own personal opinion, and as I've said to everybody, that this is what this committee about, is opinions. Having been in sight this morning, having heard everything, and especially for Julie Seidel, our officer, I think I'm quite content. I don't think there's going to be any problems in terms of privacy issues or that. I'm quite happy to move the recommendation contained within the report.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Provost. So we've got a motion moved and seconded. Is there anybody else like to come in at this juncture? No. So we're agreed then? Agreed. Thank you very much. That takes us to item 5, which is change of use of vacant land to form private permanent gypsy traveller pitch, 1 static caravan and 1 tourer, formation of hard standing car parking and erection of shed retrospective at Wesley Mount Church, California, Falkirk, for Mr. Alistair Fowler. It's pages 47 to 65, and there was a site visit this morning. Before we ask for Julie to come forward with her report, we have a deputation being asked for by Lorna Robertson as an objector. I'm quite happy to agree to the objection being heard. How do members feel? Agree to that. Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. Okay, then we will ask Julie to come forward with the report. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you, Convener. This application relates to the change of use of vacant land to form a private permanent gypsy traveller pitch, one static and one tourer, the formation of hard standing car parking in the erection of a shed. This is a retrospective application at Wesley Mountain Farm, California. This application was originally heard by Planning Committee on the 31st of August, where it was decided to continue the application to allow an unaccompanied site inspection to take place. The Planning Committee visited the application site this morning. The committee members viewed the physical characteristics of the site and the surrounding area. Members should note that the applicant's solicitor, who had requested a deputation today, cannot attend due to an unexpected family matter. They comment in writing that there are sufficient submissions from the applicant's architect and in the Planning Committee report they feel that cover the legal matters. Due to the unexpected family matter, the solicitor will not be able to attend, and they confirm that there has been no attempt to mislead anybody relating the applicant's title, and the position cannot be misinterpreted. No new issues are arising following this morning's site visit. There are no sound planning reasons to justify refusing planning permission in this instance, and it's recommended that Planning Committee grant planning permission subject to the conditions outlined at section 4 of your update report. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you very much, Julie. It's an opportunity now for Lorna Robertson as an objector to be received as a deputation. Are you with us, Lorna? Lorna Robertson, are you with us? We'll just try again. Lorna Robertson, are you with us? I believe she is there trying to get in. Lorna? Lorna, if you can hear us and we can't hear you, if you could maybe log out and then retry. We'll give you 2 or 3 minutes. Thank you. I think at this stage I'll call for a 5-minute recess to give the technology an opportunity to try and work. Thank you. Okay. Okay, thank you for that. Obviously, we have got problems with Lorna Robertson in terms of the technology. So she had sent a statement through by email, and we're going to ask one of our officers, Mr. Frawley, to read this out for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. The statement reads, "Hello, Lorna Robertson here. I have an association with Church Road over the last 28 years. The road has always been very quiet until the Travellers site came on to Wesley Mount Farm. Now the traffic has increased tenfold. The land has been infilled with hundreds of tons of hardcore, and it foods my and which S next to the Travellers site. I am curious as to why planning has been granted at all when the applicants don't own the ground. Mrs. Gregors owns the land. The all landowners have paid up each month and a receipt given via a payment book, all of which are still on Mrs. Gregor's kitchen table. You cannot register deed until the land is owned. You would see from the site visit this morning that the Travellers site is now spotlessly clean. This was done last week before the previous meeting was set, giving time for this to be done. Normally, the land is a mess, with various people coming and going, dogs barking and fouling. Why was the first application granted at all, when my own application was refused several years before, even after an appeal to the reporter? Things do not seem fair to me. It pains me to hear that a second application is about to be approved, given that nothing has changed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Frawley. Obviously, in terms of openness and transparency, we had to get something from the objector, and she sent it through in this statement. I'll now bring in our legal expert, Mr. Henderson, just to clarify the situation and give us some advice where we go from here. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Convener, and it's just picking up on the comments that have been made around Mrs. Gregors owning the site and that being occupied by the applicant, and it sounds to me as if they're paying for the site over a period of time, and presumably at the end of that period they will receive a title that could be registered in the Registers of Scotland. So it's interesting information, and just making some points around that. I suppose the first point to make is that it's not required that an applicant seeking planning permission owns or controls the site of a proposed development, nor do they require to obtain the consent of the owner. And it's always the case that it would be up to an applicant to acquire the appropriate property law rights from the landowner to be able to complete the development and thereafter occupy that. It's probably also worth pointing out that there is a land ownership certificate which requires to be submitted at the point that an application is made. It sounds to me as if it's possibly a situation where that's been submitted in good faith, but perhaps missing that point around Mrs. Gregors still retaining the current, as we would put it, real right or ownership of the property, which then leads us on to why is that an important point. And there are essentially two reasons why a land ownership certificate is submitted. The first one is that it avoids the possibility of an owner selling their land without knowing its true value. Acquiring planning permission can amend the value of a property. And the other reason, as you may have expected, is that notice to an owner of an application alerts them to the submission of an application and allows them the opportunity to obtain information on the application from the planning authority and to submit representations. So these are the 2 points, and they're broadly procedural, and it's to give the owner an opportunity to make their thoughts on the application known. What I would also point out is that errors in the notification process, and particularly ones that the planning authority becomes aware of during the process, those that may exist but aren't remedied may leave a grant of planning permission open to challenge in the courts by a person with a notifiable interest who received no notification. In other words, Mrs. Gregors, as the owner, as we understand the position at the moment, and that would need to be verified, could potentially challenge the grant of permission at a later point on the basis that she had a notifiable interest and wasn't notified. I had just checked with the planning officer, and admittedly there was advertisement of this application, so you would imagine that it would become broadly known, but I don't think Mrs. Gregor submitted a planning representation. So in the circumstances, a suggestion I might put before the committee is that to remedy this procedural point, it may be that the committee wishes to continue consideration of the application in order for officers to get a bit more information on the ownership position, and presuming that Mrs. Gregors is the current owner of the land, to have a period of time in which she would be notified of the application, and she would have an opportunity to request information and potentially to submit representations to the planning authority that could come before it, before a determination is made, but obviously in members' hands at the moment. And thank you, convener, and happy to pick up on any questions that any members might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Obviously, there's a bit of complexity here in relation to the legal side of it, and I'm quite happy to take your sound advice and formally move that we continue, but I'll go to our councillor here. Councillor, thank you.
Thank you, convener, and I do broadly agree with you on that point. I just want to ask Mr. Henderson, would it would sort of be retrospective notifications that would be going back and telling the landowner after this has already been presented to committee? Would that fully, in your opinion, sort of correct the notification gap, or would that still leave a minor space open? Because that would not be, I would imagine, it might fix it legally, but it might not be like procedurally what should have been done.
Thank you. And yes, the position would be, as you correctly state, that when it comes to the attention of the planning authority that there is potentially a gap in a notification process, that it is possible to suspend consideration of the matter to give that party an opportunity to submit representations. And I would have imagined on the back of that, if there were any, the applicant would also have an opportunity to respond to the submissions that had been made. And indeed, if any other parties wish to make other comments, I suspect that they would be taken account of by the planning officers and the planning authority. But thanks, Councillor Steinbank.
Thank you. I'm opening up. I've already moved. Councillor Kerr.
Just a quick point for Mr. Henderson. With regards, and we've had this in previous occasions, Mr. Henderson, on numerous applications where you don't need to own the land to put in for a plan application. But as I stated at the previous meeting, it is an offence to knowingly and recklessly say that you do own it on the application when you don't, under the Town and Country Act 1997. Will we take that into consideration if Mrs. Gregor is the legal owner of the land?
Thank you, Councillor, and it's an interesting question. Obviously, the potential criminal proceedings sit as a provision in the legislation. What I would say is it's quite a high standard, and I think it is knowingly and recklessly issuing a certificate. And I suppose the point I would make around that, it sounds to me as if there may be a scenario where, in good faith, the occupiers of the site are obtaining a title over a period of time and are working on the basis that they have ownership, but perhaps not, as I put it, the real right in the property, i.e. a title recorded in the registers of Scotland. So I think that it would be quite a large step for criminal proceedings to be taken, but you're quite correct that the legislation contains such a provision.
I just find it hard for 2016 that if I was unsure, I would make sure. And as you know, Mr. Henderson, the only person who can legally give you a title deed as the Keeper of Scotland, and whether it's a piece of paper or not, they're the only people who can issue title deeds.
Thank you, Councillor. And I think you're correct in terms of obtaining a real right in property. The stages in the conveyancing process would be a deed is granted by the current owner in favour of the new purchaser. And it's not entirely unknown for such deeds not to make it to the registers of Scotland. It's certainly not ideal, but there is a right created, but it's not a real right, and it's not a right that can then be explored by third parties by obtaining searches or copies of deeds from the registers of Scotland. And indeed, one of the problems with that kind of position is if someone else obtains a title and then beats the first party to the registers of Scotland, the registers would consider that person has the firmed up title.
I totally agree with you, and I'm quite happy with the convener, but go and try and buy a house without a title deed, and your lawyer will tell you, no, you can't. But quite happy with your proposal, convener.
Okay, then moved and seconded for a continuation. Councillor Colley wanted in there. Thank you. We haven't forgotten about using the screen, by the way. Councillor Colley.
Thank you. I think I'm in agreement as well, but I actually just wanted to ask in terms of a timescale. If the owner is to be contacted to have time to make representations, potentially to need legal advice, and for the applicant to then respond to any comments that they might make, and for planning officers to then take that into account and respond to it. I just wondered what is a reasonable continuation for this, because something short doesn't feel like it would give enough time for that process to take place. So I just wondered what would be the normal process in terms of given that amount of time.
Mr. Dryden, I think, is going to come in on this one.
Yeah, thank you, Convener, and obviously Mr. Henderson coming in
Yep.
if he feels. I think it's a valid point you've raised, Councillor Collin. It's very difficult at this stage to give you the normal process. I think what we need to do, should obviously people moving towards continuation, I think is the most appropriate action to take today. We will obviously thereafter ensure we carry out that process, and we'll keep you updated. I think it's probably difficult and probably realistic to expect to the next planning committee, but I think what we will try and do and endeavour to do is to try, for all concerned with this application, is to bring this back to the next available committee we can, once we have covered all these matters. That clearly it is complex, but we will give a commitment to get it back as quick as we can, and if it does prolong, I'm happy to give an update on progress.
Okay, thank you for that. Does anybody else like to come in? So we're agreed continuation? Agreed, thank you. It's also an opportunity now to break for lunch, and that's 1:25, so we'll come back at 2 o'clock, and thank you very much. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everybody, and once again, thank you for your time and consideration. We're now going to reconvene the meeting. Before we go to item 6, I would just ask at this stage, this used to be what was done in previous planning applications when we had a large agenda, was at this particular stage to save everybody, including applicants, agents, objectors, supporters and members. It's an opportunity at this stage, before we go into this afternoon's agenda, to ask members if anybody would like to move sites for any of the forthcoming items on the agenda. I'm going to ask at the very beginning on item 7, which is the mixed-use development at Gilson Farm. I think it's appropriate. This is one of the biggest applications that ever came in front of Falkirk Council. It was subject to a site visit just before the election period. Most of the members that were taking part there are no longer here. It's a huge application, and I think it's important that members get an opportunity, especially the new members, to visit this site, hear the report and see the ramifications of what could happen. So I'm formally moving sites at this time for item 7. Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, convener. Just a quick question for Catherine. I don't disagree with you moving for sites, but I'm just a wee bit concerned. Do we have any time constrictions on this one? Well, I don't want us to get into a situation of a non-determination situation on it, because it's been going for quite a wee while now, this application itself.
25 years, I think, but we'll ask Catherine that. Catherine, is it Brent? Okay, Brent. Brent, would you like to answer the question in relation to time out?
Yeah, Convener, there is a formal extension of time agreed with the applicant to take us past today's committee date. There would be an opportunity to seek a further extension of time to cover a further site visit and take us up to October committee if necessary.
Yeah, it's just my concern, obviously, if that's then not granted and they go straight for non-determination. I take it, I'm thinking in the last committee we had a similar situation with the site at Bensfield, where the developer decided not to take any extensions and just go straight to non-determination.
Yeah, I can understand your point there, but Brent has said there's an opportunity for an extension, and I think the very fact about the history of this site, considering it's been in for I think 25 years, I don't think that another couple of months or whatever it's going to be, a number of weeks, to ensure that new members, because it would be really unfortunate for members here that had this placed on them, that they had to make a decision on this huge site. So therefore, I'm formally moving sites. Have I got a seconder?
Convener, I said I was quite happy with that and happy to second that. My only concern was I didn't want us in a situation that we were doing something after it's been determined, it's went to non-determination.
Thank you for that, Councillor Bowes. So we've got a motion moved and seconded in relation to sites. Who's that, Councillor? Councillor Murtagh, sorry. You're away from me. Thank you.
Sorry. I suppose I just want to clarify on the same point that Councillor Bowes was making there, though, with Brent. There's no guarantee, I think, is what we would like to have clarified. There's no guarantee that they have to agree to an extension, and if they didn't agree to an extension, that would have put us in non-determination. Can we just have that clarified crystal clear, please?
Yeah, I can't obviously second guess what their response would be to the request. I mean, I would add that the applicant has put in a deputation request to speak today, so there may be an opportunity to seek some comfort from the applicant direct just now, if that was appropriate.
I mean, I'm in your hands with that, convener. I suppose my concern as well is, and I understand, and I did find the site visit valuable that we went to, from the point of view that it's a very extensive site and there's different areas to consider, and you know, how the different layouts relate to that was useful in terms of the current proposal. But I would be extraordinarily concerned that we got into that territory. So if it's possible to hear from the developer, not that that would necessarily bind them, but I would like some comfort on that if it's possible.
Just give me a minute just to discuss this issue with
Thank you.
Mr. Henderson. Thank you, because of the proper procedure here. Okay then, thank you. If the committee is agreeable, the request is coming from Councillor Murtagh that we hear from one of the applicant's agents. Just say on that particular issue alone, that's it. If he wants to make any, it's up to him whether he wants to make any contribution at this stage. Will it be Mr. Neve? Mr. Hind? Yep. You there, Mr. Hind?
I am. Can you hear me?
Well, you've been listening to the short debate there. The questions arising about the possibility, if the committee agree to a site visit.
Yes, that's noted, and I think their main sort of concern or request by councillors was on particularly whether we felt the applicant would be considering going for an appeal of non-determination if there is a continuation. I think I've just had a response from the applicant just now that we totally understand there's a lot to consider in this site, and it has been here for a while. We think there's a lot of benefits to it, so we wouldn't be looking to appeal non-determination. We would prefer to have the decision made here today without a shadow of a doubt, because we want to proceed. We now have a development partner on board, but we wouldn't want to put any threat of appeal of non-determination. We'd much prefer to have it determined in a proper manner.
Thank you for your contribution, and thank you as well, Councillor Murtagh, for bringing that, and Councillor Bowes for bringing that so salient point up. So we've got a motion to go to, you want to come in, Mr. Henderson, at this stage?
Thank you, convener. It was just to clarify, is the site visit to see the physical characteristics? So it would be a visit by the committee members and officers to view the site?
Yep.
Thank you, convener.
Okay, we agreed to go to sites with that one?
Agreed.
Thank you. Is there anybody else at this stage like to come forward? Councillor?
Yes. Item 8, construction of dwelling house at Wester Banknock, Denny. I would like to call that for a site visit. It's more for my own education, why it was turned down. And I think it'd be interesting for everybody else to see going to a visit like that, because it's in the countryside. I just thought it was a brownfield site, and I would like perhaps if the officers could come and explain to us all why they decided to reject the application.
Okay, fine. We've got.
I'll second that.
Second that. That's fine. I've not got a problem with that. Is MD? Councillor Colley.
Yeah, I think I was just going to come in support of that. There's been, I don't want to say a number because that makes it sound like there's lots, but there have been one or two that come through the committee over the piece in that area, but also across the district. So I think something around that, decisions around planning in the countryside, I think would be really helpful.
Okay, thank you for your contribution. Okay, then we have a motion moved and seconded to go to sites. Everybody agreed to sites with that?
Agreed.
Fine, so that's just to mark it on your agendas, in case that's site item 7 and item 8. Is there anybody else would like to come forward for sites or any application? No. Yeah. One of the major issues in terms of having an opportunity to go to sites and discuss it at the very beginning, it gives the people that are here representing the applications that have been moved to site then to take leave of the meeting. So it's just to clarify, item 7, the Gilson Farm application, and the item 8, the construction of dwelling house at Western Banknock. If MDs here are listening for those will be going to sites, and appropriate date and time will be coming forward. Okay, thank you for that. That takes us back to the agenda, which is item 6. Erection of 6 dwelling houses at land to the north of Aldi, Green Park Drive, Pullman for Aberdeen Developments. It's a continuation. It was the subject of a site visit as well. It's pages 66 to 105 on your agenda papers. Now, there's been a deputation request been made, and the application has been made by representatives for the applicant, Philip Neves and Stephen Miles, to be received as a deputation to be heard. So first of all, we're going to have to take a vote on whether these two gentlemen will be allowed to speak to the committee. I'm quite happy to say yes.
Yes.
Everybody agreed?
Great.
That's fine. Now it's an opportunity for Catherine to give us the report to the committee. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Convener. Jack, while I'm talking, please could you just show the proposed site plan and maybe show the proposed elevations and floor plan as well? Thanks, Jack. So the application was previously considered at committee in June, and an unaccompanied site visit was carried out in August. The application site is an area of privately owned land, which has extensive tree cover across approximately half of the site, which I think you can probably see on the site plan there. The site isn't covered by a tree preservation order, so there's no protection in place for the trees. The development would take access from Appin Grove, which is to the north, and the road within the site would be unadopted. The proposal is for 6 3-bed dwellings, all of 2 stories each. The application was accompanied by supporting documents listed in section 1.3 of your appendix 2, and this included various documents such as tree survey information, ecology reports, and drainage information. Detailed consultations have been carried out, and these are set out in section 4.1 in appendix 2. There were no objections raised through that consultation process. The Community Council have objected to the application, and we've received a number of representations from local residents, the majority of which are objections. They're summarised at section 5 and 6 of your report. The relevant local plan policies are summarised at section 7 onwards, with a recommendation to grant planning permission subject to conditions and informatives laid out towards the end of the report. I think in the June committee meeting, there was some discussion about the impact on the trees. So Jack, if you could swap to the drawing marked tree retention plan, I'll just go through the tree issues in a bit more detail. Thanks, Jack. So just to kind of expand on how we look at an impact and assess the impact on trees, we expect surveys to come in the context of British standards, and the standards provide an objective way of kind of identifying the quality and value of existing trees on a site. So surveyed trees are given a category rating of A, B, C or U. Category A trees are the kind of highest quality, so they'll have an estimated life expectancy of at least 40 years, with category B and then C and down to category U, which are trees that are in such a condition that they can't realistically be retained as living trees for more than 10 years. So they tend to be the ones that you would probably want to remove whether development goes ahead or not. So on this particular site, there were 69 trees on or adjacent to the site which were surveyed as part of the application. 6 of those trees were recommended to be removed due to their poor quality. So again, that would happen whether development took place or not, probably. 5 are category U trees and 1 was a category C tree. The proposal would also result in the loss of a further 13 category C trees, 5 category B trees and 7 category A trees. Replacement planting would be expected to be in the form of trees of adequate size and species. A landscape plan has been provided, but we would normally condition that to look for more detail as part of that. And that's really the summary of my comments, Convener.
Thank you very much. It's now an opportunity for Philip Neves and Stephen Miles to be received as the deputation. You have 10 minutes, gentlemen.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Committee, for hearing us again today. Can everyone hear me okay?
Fine. Will you just introduce yourself at 1 year?
Hi, so my name is Stephen Miles, so I am representing today both the developer but also the agent and architect for the site, and I'm joined by Philip Neves, who is our planning consultant acting for us on the development also.
Good afternoon, Convener. Good afternoon, Committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just pull up a quick presentation if that's okay. I think last time I had the opportunity to present, we didn't quite manage to get the technology to work, so hopefully it'll be a little bit more successful today. I can't see all your faces now, but if maybe one person could shout out if you can't see the presentation on screen.
Yes.
Thank you, Convener. I just wanted to give a little bit of a quick run around and maybe just to show, as well as the formal drawings, just a little bit of the quality and some of the character of the houses that we're looking to provide today, as well as a bit of history as to our development. So, as I mentioned, my name's Stephen Miles, so I both developer and architect for the site, and Philip will be hopefully helping to join in any questions that we can take at the end with regards to from a planning perspective. So the site history, so the site actually goes back quite a few hundred years. It was the former garden and lands of Pomont Bank House, which was a sort of farm and working mansion house that was accessed from Old Pomont High Street. The site up until the 1970s has been in almost constant residential use since early records going back into the 1800s. Just in addition to Catherine's description around about the trees, all of the sort of planting and trees around about the site, referencing right back to the Roy maps and the early OS maps, indicate that these were man-made planting and in fact were designed to screen the mansion house from the surrounding plots. The latter stages of the house was to become Pomont Bank Hotel, which was demolished in the 1970s to make way for the surrounding housing developments and the commercial developments just to the south of the site. Our sort of overall aspiration was, to put it quite simply and to take away some of the verbose language, was to create some really nice houses. We recognise that there is a dearth of high quality, affordable housing. There's a very, very challenging marketplace in bringing forward housing within local communities, that's within walking neighbourhoods, that's accessible for bus routes and accessible for local amenities. So this was really at the core of what we were doing. We are not large-scale commercial developers. We are not sort of, multiple speculative developers. This was an opportunistic piece of land that came forward that we felt actually was very, very suitable to bring forward for high-quality housing. This was just a quick diagram also just to visually represent on top of Catherine's description of some of the trees, where the trees that are being removed, just diagrammed here in red, are, and show that in terms of the overall quantum of retained coverage, which you can see particularly around about the three main boundaries of the site. And I think that goes to address some of the questions that may have been raised about the visibility of the site, and I'll go on and show some more visuals around that as well. Whilst Catherine rightly pointed out that there was some objections raised by the Community Council, those objections were raised very early in the planning process. We have actually been in application now for around about 2 years, and through that period we have maintained an ongoing and very positive dialogue with both the planning team. But I also personally attended a site visit with the chair of the Community Council and their architectural representative. At that point, we were coming forward with a development that was composed of 7 townhouses. So as you can see from the plan and the visualisations on site, a slightly more atypical typology for the area and a more dense proposal. And subsequent to listening to the Community Council and very much taking on board and willing to be part of that dialogue, we did actually go back and significantly amend our development. So we reduced the townhouses from 3 stories to 2 stories, We amended them to a more traditional family housing unit, a detached housing unit, and we also reduced the number from 7 to 6. So whilst we recognise those objections do still stand as at the point in which they were made, we just wanted to let the committee know that we very much have, where we can, we've tried to listen and we have tried to take those comments on board and to improve the development. So as you can see from the plan here, it is a very simple proposal. We have 6 family houses. We believe that these will sit very comfortably within the part of the site which doesn't suffer or doesn't have the significant tree area. We are taking a small access into a non-adopted road from the adopted road at Appin Grove, and the majority of the aspect to overlook for visibility of these houses would actually be from the south. And just this visualisation on the right hand side goes to just demonstrate how much these houses will actually sit down into the site. The site falls very much away from the high street and falls down into the site. So even from an elevated position, the houses themselves will sit very comfortably below the natural tree line, and therefore from a visual impact perspective we believe that they will sit very, very comfortably in a tree-lined nature and surrounded by predominantly what is large-scale residential on most of the northern and western and eastern sites. We have tried to bring forward a really high quality level of design, modern materials, spacious houses that have got adequate garden space, adequate parking, and as Catherine rightly pointed out, through the next stage of the development, a more detailed landscape plan will be brought forward to support the requirements and the condition and to make sure that we do ensure that the area is retained. One of the key things that has came up through that was a request from planning to ensure that the wider area outside of the private gardens is actually retained as accessible public space and open space, so that local residents who do perhaps take an ad hoc walk through some of the wooded areas with dogs and children will still retain the ability to do that, and we're very happy to support that in terms of that proposition. Again, I think this was just demonstrating a high level approach at some of that landscape, which again, subject to condition, we will obviously come back with a more detailed plan. And that's just a very, very quick run through, and obviously we hope you recognise via the visualisations that we have tried to bring forward something which is suitably modern, but very much in the typology of high quality and local housing for local people. And we would ask that committee supports the planning's recommendation to grant our application today, and thank you very much for your time.
Well, thank you very much for your contribution, sir. It's now an opportunity for members to ask any questions.
Oh, hi. I was just looking at 7A12, and it was developer contributions. The proposed development does not generate the requirement for any developer contributions. This is due to the relatively small number of units proposed. So we've got 6 houses, and there's going to be demand on schools. There's not going to be any contributions. Down the road at the other site in Pullman, we were taking £8,634 a house. Agenda item 10, 6 houses in Backnock, similar to this, we were asking for £4,420 per plot. Agenda item 11, a single house in Reading Muir, £4,073. So I don't know, it seems like doesn't seem very standardised. Should we not be taking developer contributions for this?
Yep.
Thanks.
Obviously, we're dealing with this application and this applicant, but it's a good general question. We'll bring Mr. Dryden into that.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. Yeah, it's a valid point that's been raised.
Yep.
I think you have to have regard to obviously the policies that are currently in existence just now in your development plan, and obviously developer contributions. And yes, it's a very valid and salient point, particularly in the climate we now face ourselves in. So as things stand just now, you've got to have regard to obviously the guidance that's there, and there are cut-offs, and there isn't one size fits all. It's something we have to take cognizance of across our area, but obviously where the trigger points are currently in existence with the statutory guidance we've got and the policies, we have to apply that. As it stands just now, the points you're making are valid. They don't trigger that point. Now, obviously, clearly that's something that we have to be mindful of as we move forward. And obviously, as you'll be aware, that there's your new local development plan 3 is on the horizon in the not too distant future once we move forward through National Planning Framework 4 and deliverability. And that's something, again, we'll have to be looking at, but I have to just draw your attention back to your current development plan. The current policies exist, the points you're making are valid, but clearly the guidance is set just now, and as it stands just now, this proposal, basically where contribution would be applicable, it doesn't meet that, so we have to have regard to our guidance that currently exists just now. But the points you do raise are valid, and it's something that needs to be reconsidered possibly at a future date.
Thank you.
Very good points, Councillor. Councillor Forrest.
Yep. You said that the gentleman said that it would fit in very nicely with what's round about. Most of the houses round about are actually bungalows built in traditional red or brown brick. These ones from the drawing are 2-storey. They are built in white brick and grey brick, which the nearest development to that is in Meadowbank up in St Margaret's in Pullman. It's totally out of place. The trees that I believe that they're going to plant are nowhere near going to be as large as the trees that are there at the moment. They're not a non-native species of tree, and I believe that they'll only accentuate what we've actually lost among the trees there. I can't believe that the whole thing is going to be done without the damage to more trees, because it is a very, very densely packed area. I think we heard that there were 69 trees there. I think that's correct. And it's a fairly small area, which most of us have seen. The root matting under that must be massive. It must go under some of the local houses. I just find that all of these things that we've just been told are out of place. It's not a development for that sort of space. Thank you.
Just clarifying with Mr. Henderson in relation to the process. At this particular stage, we're on for direct questions to the applicant's agent. That's fine, Councillor Forrest. I'm looking at the screen there. Is there any councillor up there got any questions for Councillor Bowes?
Sorry, Convener, I thought Catherine had actually presented first, because I actually had a question more for Kath. It's probably for both, but it's primarily for Catherine.
That's fine, carry on.
Thank you. And it sort of follows on with Councillor Forrest's point. One of the things we noticed on site was the older trees, the bigger trees that are being retained, the sort of the lowest branch in them is something like 3.5–4 metres in the air. And when you take away the lower growth, you're going to have basically a site view. You're going to see the trunks of the trees, and it's going to be quite visual. However, something that was said, and I think it's quite important that this also brings up, and this is brought up in this meeting. If this site, say, this was to be refused today, the owner of the site, I understand, because there is no tree protection order on any of the trees in this site, could level that site the day after, and nobody could really do anything about it. Can you confirm, Catherine, that that's right?
Catherine?
Yeah, that's correct. It's not covered by a tree preservation order. It's not in a conservation area, so in theory, someone could clear the trees off the site tomorrow.
If I could also just come in to some of those points as well, Councillor Bowes. Can you still hear me okay?
Yes, no problem.
Yes.
Excuse me, who's this is speaking?
It's Stephen Miles, convener.
Right, so you want to come in relation to direct questions, because at this period of time it's the committee to ask questions of your good self or officers, as Councillor Bowes. So is this in answering questions?
Yes, just in response to Councillor Bowes' point. We have commissioned a very detailed report which speaks to both the not just tree removals but also tree management, tree mitigation, as well as site management in terms of tree roots and access around that. So I think all of the documentation, the detail of that report has been provided to committee and to the planning team. So we do go into a great level of detail on the replanting, the species of replanting, and ensuring that that is adequate and in line with any trees which are being removed from the site. To refer to the point about the potential future to take away trees, we're not supporting of that. We really want to retain. I think part of the beauty of the site is in fact the trees around it, and retaining as much of them as possible very much is something that we support as well, and we've tried through the whole development process to try and really minimise the impact on the trees within the site.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. I just say that I wasn't saying that you would. I said that if this was refused, that somebody else could come in or whatever. I was not pointing in anything your own company. And to be honest, I thought your presentation today was absolutely fantastic. It was one of the best presentations I've heard. So don't take it that I was suggesting that you would do something. I'm suggesting that.
Yep. Okay.
No problem, Councillor. Thank you.
Have we got any other questions to the applicant's agent at this time, or Catherine? No. Want to enter into debate then? How are members feeling in relation to this application? Councillor Bissett.
I think we've heard a great deal of detail today, and that was
Provost Bissett. Sorry, apologies for that, sir.
No
Thank you.
And I think we've heard a great deal of detail, and I'm quite comfortable with the officer's recommendation, and I would move the grant.
And I'd be happy to second you. Okay, just to clarify where we are, we've got a motion moved by the Provost, seconded by myself, to grant the application. Is there anybody otherwise minded? Councillor Forrest.
I move to reject this proposal.
So we have an amendment from Councillor Forrest to refuse, and we'll get the grounds for it from you in a minute. Is there a seconder for Councillor Forrest? Councillor Kerr.
I would concur with Councillor Forrest.
Okay, so your second is amendment. Go back to you, Councillor Forrest, because you've got to give reasons, planning reasons for your move to your amendment to refuse. Thank you.
Thank you. The reason I move to refuse is for the reasons I've stated earlier, that this is out of character with the houses round about. Totally different materials being used. It will decimate a much loved area which is used by a lot of people. I understand that it's an area that there's a great opportunity, shall we put it that way, to put in a few houses, but at the end of the day there is absolutely no benefit whatsoever to the local community from this, and it's depriving them of a much needed recreational area.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just skip Mr. Henderson, just to clarify.
Thank you, Convener. Just considering what Councillor Forrest just said, and maybe to clarify some of the points, I'm just looking at some of the policy provisions that are included at the end of the papers, and I'm just wondering if what Councillor Forrest was meaning in relation to the character of the area is, would it not be considered that the development would respond sympathetically to the site and its setting in terms of design? And I think you also mentioned open space, or I think you had said decimating the area. And looking at policy P16, I wonder if the consideration there is the development wouldn't be in accordance with that policy, as it would result in an unacceptable loss of open space. And woodlands also mentioned there, which I think you'd picked up earlier in relation to trees. I'm also looking at policy P20, which is trees, woodlands and hedgerows. So I think you had mentioned that there would be an unacceptable loss of trees, which I think under the policy are mentioned as safe and healthy trees, and that would have a detrimental impact on local immunity. So apologies for reading that out. I think it's important that there's consideration to, or the link to what your grounds were in linkage with the development plan policies. I don't know if my planning colleagues have anything that they would comment on there.
I think, Mr. Henderson, you've generally covered. I think obviously you mentioned the scale and the massing obviously is a concern, obviously design, but if obviously you did mention obviously 2 stories, so maybe you were considering the overall scale and massing of the development on the area. So the scale and massing, and possibly there's a general catch-all policy of placemaking, PO1, which is generally about placemaking. It could be a view that you feel that maybe this would not make a positive contribution to placemaking.
Councillor Steinbank.
Again, Convener, I'm not sure if appropriate, but I just had a couple of questions on the reasons to refuse, potentially for Councillor Forrest, if he's receptive to answer. Yeah. So just on the out of character, I think that it is fair that a motion is on this, because I think there's a great deal of factors to weigh, especially in the objections. Out of character in the area, would you not say that there is a degree of variety to the area, especially with new developments? I'm not sure how old the Aldi is, as somebody who used to live in the area then returned recently, has potentially changed the character of the area, and I'm just wondering how you potentially weighed that up, just in the visual amenity. And also, I know that the developers proposed access to still be open on the sort of area to remain wooded on that side. I'm just wondering how you sort of weighed that and then came to the conclusion to sort of refuse. Just understand, because that might impact my own vote.
The impact is really quite startling when you see, as we did when we went to the site visit, most of the houses...
Excuse me, Councillor Forrest, could I say at this stage, and no disrespect because you're just a new member, but members of the committee have got an opinion. They put it forward whatever way. You've got an opinion, put it forward, but you don't cross-examine a member on the reasons for that. He gave Mr. Henderson, and no disrespect to you, but he gave Mr. Henderson the reasons. Mr. Henderson then checked the policies, and that's what's got to go forward as an official amendment. But the fact is, we're not here, any member, to ask any other member what's your reasons for doing it. Okay, and by the way, I'm not being disrespectful. We're only just in here as a new body, and we just want to keep everything right. Everybody's got an opinion. They express that opinion. They can ask questions the applicant, their agent. They can ask questions the officers. But what we don't do is we don't then question another member why he's coming forward with anything. Okay.
Thank you, Convener. I was just trying to understand the weight that was being placed in comparison to the policies. Just as a new member, I'm just trying. I appreciate that. I wasn't trying to cross-examine.
No, but it comes across to that, and you've got to remember we're in the public domain here, and there is an official process that we do. But anyway, thank you very much for that. So we'll just clarify where we are. We have a motion moved and seconded to grant the recommendation contained within the report, and we also have an amendment moved and seconded to refuse under the grounds and terms and conditions that came from Councillor Forrest and supplemented by our legal representative, Mr. Henderson. So we'll just go to the vote. Councillor Murtagh, would you want in here? Sorry, we keep missing you that far away up there. Thank you.
I know. I'll try and come. I don't want to actually come any closer to the screen. That might freak you out quite a bit, and we are live streamed, so let's not do that. I mean, I think, and I can understand why Councillor Steinberg absolutely is trying to clarify the kind of the reasoning, and I think Councillor Forrest in his explanation, gives very sound and valid reasons for bringing forward, particularly as a local member, for bringing forward those concerns. And I think it is quite a difficult one, particularly in terms of the situation with loss of amenity and you know, the woodland, and the thing about the character probably does come down to what our opinion is, as you point out, convener, that you know, we all have an opinion, and maybe that's more subjective in terms of that kind of mixed character of the area and whether it's out of place or not. But I think that Councillor Forrest is obviously, from a local member's perspective, able to contribute effectively on that. My thinking, my concern kind of comes back to the points that Councillor Bowes was making and had clarified, in that had there been tree preservations orders on this particular site, I think I would be minded to say that would be an unacceptable loss of amenity. And obviously, given that, you know, I'm not particularly happy about the replacement proposals, but I think that the point is that if they can be removed at any point, and if there was, considering what could be allowed under permitted development anyway, I think that is the problem in terms of the planning argument terms, and that given that situation, I would find it quite difficult to support the amendment, although I don't disagree with the reasonings, but from a sort of perspective of, from a planning you know, policy point of view, I find it difficult to agree knowing what would be under permitted development. So I think it's kind of important to explain that, because I think both the amendment and the motion are you know, I've got their valid terms, but I think it's quite a difficult one when you consider what the current situation is and what the permitted development would be. So I just wanted to make that contribution to the debate.
And thank you once again for your contribution. It's always welcome. And we do feel sorry that sometimes we don't see you quick enough, that you're quite far away with a screen, and sometimes it's very difficult to pick you up. Thank you very much for your contribution. Okay, Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, convener. We have a motion by Provost Bissett, seconded by yourself, convener, to grant permission in accordance with the officer recommendations, and then we have an amendment to refuse the grant of permission by Councillor Forrest, seconded by Councillor Kerr, and that was for the reasons narrated earlier. So I'll read through by way of roll call. Provost Bissett.
Motion.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Brown is absent. Councillor Buchanan.
Motion.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Forrest. Amendment. Thank you, Councillor Forrest. Councillor Kelly.
Motion.
Councillor Kerr.
Amendment.
Councillor Murtagh.
Motion.
Councillor Redmond.
Motion.
So was that motion?
Motion, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
And thank you, Councillor Sinclair. Councillor Stainbank.
Motion.
We have 9 votes for the motion and 2 for the amendment, and the motion is duly carried. Thank you, convener.
Thank you, everybody. That was a really good debate. Item 7, obviously, you know, has been taken to sites. Item 8 has been taken to sites as well. So that takes us to item 9 on your agenda, extension to flatted dwelling dormer at 26A Brayhead Bowness EH51 for Mr Scott Livingston. It's pages 195 to 204. Now, first of all, we've got a deputation request, quite a few today. An application was made by the applicant Scott Livingston and the agent David Boyle to be received as a deputation to be heard in respect to this. I'm quite happy to move that we listen to them. Is everybody happy? Agreed? Thank you very much. So the first part of this application will be for Ryan McDonough, the officer, to give the report. Thank you, sir.
Hello, yes, convener. So it's me, Ryan McDonough, who is the case officer for this application, and I'm happy to take you through the report today. I would ask that if Jack is able to share the relevant photos for this application to start with, that would be great. Thank you. So the application site is located on Bray Head, which is a residential street located to the north of Bowness Primary School in the Bowness Town Centre. The application site itself is positioned within the Bowness Tidings Hill area of townscape value, which is a distinguished character of traditional sandstone properties set on the hillside overlooking the Firth of Forth. The application site's donor property consists of a two-storey building which contains 4 separate flatted dwellings, along with garden and parking space to the rear. This application concerns with the flatted dwelling located within the upper storey western end section. The flat concerned is currently 1 bedroom with a separate lounge and kitchen area along with attic space. This detailed application before committee proposes the construction of a box dormer extension on the principal elevation along with a roof light on the same. Furthermore, an additional 4 roof lights are proposed on the rear elevation. This extension and alteration to the front and rear roof planes would allow for a lounge area to be created in the loft space, which in turn would allow for an additional bedroom on the lower storey. In terms of consultations, it was not considered appropriate to formally consult any internal or external bodies in respect to this application. I would note, however, that the Council's internal urban design and conservation officer was asked to make informal comments around this application. They overall agreed with the planning officer's recommendation, commenting that the proposed installation of a large contemporary style box dormer on the visually prominent front facade of this traditional tenement building does not respect the historic architectural character and appearance of the existing traditional tenement building, with particular reference to its traditional roof design and pattern. This in turn would detract from the distinctive and established character and appearance of the area of townscape value in terms of non-traditional design, scale and materials. So statutory neighbour notification was carried out for this application by the Council and no comments of objection or support were received. So in terms of a policy assessment, so planning applications are required to be assessed against the local development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. The Falkirk Local Development Plan was adopted in 2020 and policy HC08 residential extensions and alterations and PE09 areas of townscape value are of relevance in this instance. So the policy assessment for this application can be seen in detail in section 7 of the committee report. If Jack's now able to share the proposed composite plan for this application. Thank you. So in summary, HC08 states that extensions and alterations to residential properties will only be permitted where the scale, design and material are sympathetic to the existing building. In this instance, it is not considered that the scale and design of the proposed box dormer would be in keeping with the donor property or wider residential area. SG03 residential extensions and alterations is non-statutory guidance which sits alongside LDP2. SG03 states that box dormers will only be permitted where the street is characterised by a number of existing examples. In this instance, the only box dormer within the surrounding area is on the neighbouring property, which you would have seen in the photographs there. However, this property is of a non-traditional style. Therefore, I would not consider this to be in keeping with the policy. Ultimately, the proposal is not considered to be in accordance with policy HC08. As mentioned, the application site is located within an area of townscape value as identified in Local Development Plan 2. Policy PE09 states that proposals within these areas are required to fit in with the distinctive character of the area with specific reference to historic pattern, density, architectural style and the wider setting amongst other features. It is considered that a box dormer extension on the principal roof plane of a large two-storey property would impact on the existing character of the application plot and is likely to set a poor example for future development proposals within the vicinity. As such, it is not considered that the proposal is in accordance with policy PE09 areas of townscape value. So in conclusion, the proposal is considered as an unacceptable form of development as it fails to accord with proposal policy HC08 and policy PE09. There are no material considerations which would warrant the granting of planning permission. It is thus recommended that Planning Committee refuse permissions for for the reasons outlined in section 9.1 of the report. Thanks, convener, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your summary, sir. There's now a deputation. It's already been agreed. Scott Livingston, the agent, and David Boyle. So whoever's going to be speaking, if you could just introduce you so we know who we're listening to.
Good afternoon, I'm Scott Livingstone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Thank you. We'd start with there's not been a precedent set for box dormers in the area, which is completely wrong from the gentleman to saying, as he rightly said, number 30 next door is a box dormer and it's been granted, and it was obviously a 1970s property, which obviously shouldn't be in that area. There is another box dormer in 59 Braehead to the east end, and if you go back to Linlithgow Road, which is the other end of Braehead, number 4 Linlithgow Road is a box dormer the full length of the property, a cottage, and another box dormer to the rear of it. Now, if we go down to closer to the village, the centre of town, onto Stewart Avenue, we've got number 50A Stewart Avenue has got a box dormer on it, and there's another 2 box dormers right next door to it. Now, if we're going to take into consideration that the planning has got a consultancy area that we're looking at, we've got criteria. We've got you've just granted planning permission for a house in Stewart Avenue, number 37, next to number 36-7, right opposite the town hall, which is a planning permission for a house that is right out of a kit manufacturer's catalogue, and it's right opposite the town hall, which is of great importance to the town. And then we've got another house planning permission for another house between 69 and 70, which is sharing 3 houses are going to be sharing 3 access points, and none of them are traditional or look traditional. They're all modern houses, and you're just saying that I've not got a right to, or not, it's not in keeping with the building. The building's been taken to bits as it is. It's not got a traditional roof on it. Somebody's taken out the slates off the roof, put concrete tiles on it. All the houses are all the windows are all different styles and different colours. You know, we've got to have a criteria here where we stop and where we start with things. And I feel, and so does the architect feel, that we're putting something that's going to enhance the building. And it was copied from a dormer that had been done in Edinburgh that had passed in Morningside area, so it was a conservation area, and we feel it was sympathetic to the building, so that's the kind of thing. Understanding, I don't see where it's not the precedence has not been set already with all these dormers in the local area. Thank you.
Is that you finished your presentation?
Yes,
is your colleague coming in?
Yes.
Just tell us who you are, sir.
Can you hear me? Hi, I'm David Boyle from John Watson Architectural Consultants, and I would just like to have a quick chat about this proposal. The previous proposal actually we had for this development was refused in March 2021. The main concern with the application was the privacy of the neighbours due to the proposed balcony. We were disappointed at the time that we were not given opportunity to withdraw the application prior to the decision getting made. The decision has now been, the design has now been altered, with the balcony element being removed, addressing the concerns raised by the planning case officer with regards to privacy and overlooking. Neither the previous or the current application have received any neighbour or consultee objections. There will be no loss of sunlight, no loss of privacy, and no significant overshadowing. The development is in within an area of townscape value within Falkirk's local development plan LDP2. The proposals have been given careful consideration when reaching the final design and achieving a design that sits well within the street scene and complements the existing building's character and style while maintaining a lightweight appearance. There are many front dormers within this small zone marked as an area of townscape value. The area only covers Braehead Road, parts of Stewart Avenue and the lanes in between. At Braehead Road, there are dormers to the front of number 31, 32, 41, 43, 55, 57, 63. At Cadswell Lane, there are front dormers at number 3 and a house called Ellengowan. At Stewart Avenue, there are dormers to the front of number 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 50, 52 and 56. We can see from the extensive list that front dormers are part of the character of this area of townscape value. Therefore, the proposals comply with policy PE09. The residential extension alteration supplementary planning guidance SPG03 suggests that box dormers may be permitted where a number of existing examples exist. There are box dormers at both the front and the rear of the adjacent property, which you've seen in some of the pictures, which is number 30 Braehead Road. There is also a box dormer to the rear of number 32. At Cadswell Crescent, there are box dormers to the rear of 15A and 15B. In Stewart Avenue, there are box dormers to both the front and rear of number 50, 52 and 56. I've just taken a quick screenshot from Google Maps. I don't know if you can see this very well. Right, these are the box dormers that are on Stewart Avenue. Right. Our dormers are much smaller in both width and massing, and they are set further back from the wall head. As you can see from the dormers at the front of number 50, 52 and 56 Stewart Avenue, they are two-storey terraced sandstone properties with slate roofs which are almost identical in style to our property. Therefore, the proposals comply with supplementary guidance SG03. This list of box dormers are all within the area of townscape value. The proposals comply with HSOC as the scale, design and materials are sympathetic to the neighbouring buildings. The dormer is positioned below the ridge line, back from the wallhead and set well back from the party walls. The dormer will be formed in glass detailed and to minimise the frame's size, having a lightweight appearance. The roof will be flat with a grey single ply membrane. The windows are vertically positioned immediately over the existing patterns of the openings. There will be no cladding and the leadwork will match the surrounding buildings. If this dormer was located to the rear, the proposal would meet permitted development. However, we're trying to utilise the views to the front. In conclusion, the style of the dormer is in keeping with the box dormers to the adjacent building, which you could see on the site photos to the east, and the dormers in the surrounding area, including the 3 previously mentioned in Stewart Avenue. There is a variety of different styles of dormers in the street and the surrounding area which support the application. The proposals have no significant adverse impact on anybody, and we feel will contribute to the architectural style of the area. We see this project as an opportunity to create a contemporary design which captures the stunning views across the Forth Valley and to the Orchard Hills beyond. We feel this proposal meets with all the criteria within the local development plan and supplementary planning guidance. We hope you can please approve this application. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much for your input, sir. It's now an opportunity for members of the committee to ask any questions of, first of all, Mr Livingston or his agent David Boyle. So it's questions to the applicant and his agent at this time, and then if you want any questions to our planning officer, then we'll do that after the questions to the agent or the applicant. Any questions to the agent or applicant? Nothing in the room. I don't see anything on the screen. Any questions then to our planning officer? None? None on screen? Okay, thank you. Okay, then we'll open it up now. You've heard the submission for our officer and also for the agent and the applicant in first. So I just what your views are before we come to any decision. Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, convener. I'd just like to thank the officer and Mr Livingston and his Mr Boyle. When they were going through their summary I try to get in Google Maps and have a look to see the areas where they were talking about. And there are very significant areas, indeed in Stewart Avenue, where dormers like the proposal are very prominent in that area. So I'm quite happy to grant the proposal, convener.
I think
That's a
it's
motion to grant the
right. Okay, you're
proposal.
officially moving to grant.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Steinby,
Happy to second that.
happen to second that.
And the grounds of Mr. Henderson, and the grounds of the visual impact has already been it's already been done in the area, in the townscape. And I don't know the policy numbers for that.
No, thank you, Councillor Kerr. And I think my understanding from what you're saying is if you're looking at this development, you wouldn't think that it offends the visual amenity of the area, and it's in line with the established character.
As a precedent's been already set in the area. And
presumably you're satisfied with this size, scale and design of the proposed development. In terms of an addition to the motion, I would just request, no doubt there would be conditions that would be applied by officers, and would there be an appropriate delegation to the Director of Police Services to generate conditions? Looking at my planning colleagues, are there any specific conditions that we would want noted, or would a general delegation be sufficient?
I think a general delegation in this case would be sufficient, because there are conditions can cover, for example, material samples to be submitted. So that's fine.
Times of construction and.
Councillor Steinbeck.
Yeah, I'm content with to still second the motion with that addition.
I think it's worthwhile noting that the application was called in by one of the local members, Councillor Ritchie, on the grounds that she does not agree with refusal of this application due to there being other properties within the area that have dormer windows. And I think that through the applicant and the applicant's agent, I think that was stressed highly. Plus the fact is that they know that I know the area that well, but they showed quite a number of areas where dormers were very prevalent. So we've got a motion moved and seconded. Councillor Bowes.
I knew you'd get to me eventually, convener. Very much like Councillor Kerr, I did manage to get exactly where the street was. It's on page 204. You've got Bray Heads marked coming across the map that you've got there. The street that runs parallel to that above is the street that's Stewart. I think that's where the chaps are talking about. So it is actually in a very close locale to it. So I appreciate others have seconded already, but I'm in agreement with it as well, given that it is so close that there's been similar done in a very, very close area. I think it's quite right that we should be granting permission on this case.
Okay, thank you for your input, and apologies but we got to you at some stage. Okay then, just to clarify where we are, we have a motion moved and seconded to grant, are minded to grant subject to the conditions that will be laid on. Is there anybody otherwise minded? No? Okay then, thank you. Did somebody speak there? Agreed, okay, that's perfect. Thank you very much for that. Okay then, that takes us to item 10 on your agenda. It's a modification of planning obligation under section 75 of the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act 1997 attached to planning permission at land to the south of the stables Brayfresh Road, Backnock, for Mr John Penman. Members that have been here for some time will realise. Councillor Colley,
I apologise, convener. I should have raised this at the very beginning. I think I, as Mr. Dryden is aware, I've made a number of inquiries regarding Cloybank in the past, and I think it would not be appropriate for me to be involved in consideration of this item. And I would ask if I can just excuse myself for this, and Councillor Murtagh can contact me when the next item comes up.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I'm just going to read that out again. Item 10, modification of planning obligation under Section 75 of the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act 1997, attached to planning permission at land to the south of the Stables Brayfest Road, Banknock, for Mr. John Penman. Members that have been here for a long time will realise that we've been up to this area. We've had quite a number of applications coming forward. Now there is a deputation request from a Mr. David Fleming. I'm quite happy to hear Mr. Fleming. Has members agreed to this?
Agreed.
Agreed. Fine, thank you. So the report will be given by our planning officer, Mr. Brent Vivian. Thank you, Brent.
Thank you, convener. The application seeks to modify the Section 75 planning obligation attached to Planning Permission P120124 PPP by removing the obligations for the payment of open space contributions and replacing them with an obligation for the residents to be given unrestricted and free access to the existing open space and recreational facilities at the neighbouring estate known as Cloybank. Cloybank Estate offers a range of recreational, sporting, educational and training facilities and opportunities and associated amenities. Jack, if you could bring up the plan, please, the open space plan for members to have a look at. This plan shows the existing facilities at the estate, which include an equipped play park and informal path network, open space and woodland areas, the fishery, golfing, and animal and livestock viewing and feeding areas. The applicant proposes to attach this plan to the planning obligation if the amendment is approved. The planning permission to which the Section 75 planning obligation relates is located at the front of Cloybank Estate and consists of 6 house plots which were granted permission contrary to the terms of the local development plan, as none of the circumstances to justify new housing development in the countryside were met. However, the principle of housing as enabling development to cross-fund development works at the estate was considered a material consideration of sufficient weight to justify a departure from the development plan, recognising the potential benefits of the completed facilities to the community and local economy. The intended development works and facilities were originally the subject of planning application P070451 FUL. The relevant planning history is detailed in section 3 of the report. The Section 75 planning obligation required an open space contribution of 818.20 and an education contribution of 2,600 prior to occupation of each dwelling house, and tied occupancy of the new dwelling houses to phase completion of specified development works at the estate. Indexation is payable on the contributions. The planning obligation is in breach as 5 of the dwelling houses are now occupied, and the education and open space contributions for only 1 of these plots has been paid. In addition, dwelling houses have been occupied in advance of completion of development works and breach of terms of the obligation. The application requires consideration by the committee as the Section 75 planning obligation to which the application relates attaches to a planning permission determined by the committee. Section 5 of your report advises that the Banknock, Haggs and Longcroft Community Council have not made any representations. Section 6 advises that 1 representation to the application has been received. The points raised in the representation summarised in paragraph 6.1 of your report. The application has been considered in the report against the relevant policies of the local development plan and the tests under Scottish Government Circular 3/2012, which have to be met for a Section 75 planning obligation. In summary, the proposed modification to the Section 75 is considered to meet the relevant policies of the plan and the tests under the circular. Paragraphs 7b.7 to 7b.9 of your report cover points in relation to the planning history of the site. In paragraph 7b.8, it is noted that the proposed modification reflects the approach taken in the Section 75 planning obligation for P190649 PPP, which is another application at Cloybank for 3 additional dwelling houses, whereby the residents of the 3 additional houses would similarly have free and unrestricted access to the estate facilities for recreation and open space. Paragraph 7b.9 advises that the open space contribution that has been received has been allocated for specified works and is intended to be utilised in the 2022/23 financial year. While the council would be under no obligation to pay back this contribution, as it was paid in accordance with the terms of the planning obligation as they stood at the time, it may be considered reasonable to reimburse the contribution in circumstances where committee agreed to the proposed modification and none of the other residents are therefore liable for an open space contribution. In conclusion, it is recommended that committee agree to the proposed modification to the planning obligation as detailed in the application. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you very much, Brent, for that. We have got the deputation, and it's Mr. David Fleming. Mr. Fleming, you've got an opportunity to speak now, sir. You've got 10 minutes, and then there'll be an opportunity for any member to ask any questions regarding your summary. Okay, take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener, and the members of the Planning Committee. I'm here representing the 6 residents who reside up at the 6th development, the 6th plot development up here at Cloybank, and I'm also here representing myself because I am the one resident who has paid the contribution, and the latter part of my presentation here will be an appeal to the Planning Committee to consider reimbursement of the open space contribution that I have made. There's probably one primary objective of this planning application, and I think there are 2 or 3 secondary objectives. The primary objective being the removal of the obligation for the payment of the open space contributions. And I guess principally I have no objection to that. My reason for coming on here today was more to do with the liability of said contributions. The representation that I've made was in relation to clause 3.1.1 of the original planning obligation, which states that payment would be made by the landowner. However, it goes on to say there within the document that you have that in view of the agreement that's been reached between Mr. Penman, the applicant, and the residents, it's being requested that the planning obligation be changed to reflect that. And I think this is further supported, or this request is further supported by the fact it is the developer who's applying for this modification. I can assure you that there is no, the applicant here would not be making this application for the benefit of the residents. That I can assure you. And I think that the request to change that particular clause in the planning application is supported by the fact that it is the developer who's applying for the modification for the simple reason to reduce the amount that he has to pay with regard to these contributions. I think it will also be a secondary objective of this for the council to secure payment of the outstanding Section 75 contributions. As Brent quite rightly highlighted in his summary there. Item 1.4 in the document accompanying this agenda item states that the current Section 75 is in breach, not only with regard to the unpaid contributions, but there are numerous other obligations contained within the planning obligation with regards to completion of development works relative to the Cloybank estate, the vast majority of which are still either incomplete or at best ongoing. And basically, we're asking that clause be amended, that the statement there referring to payment being made by the landowner is changed to reflect that it's paid by the developer. I would also want to draw your attention to another clause within the existing planning obligation, which is clause 4.3, which reads, and I quote, "The obligations, undertakings and others of the landowner and developer in terms of this planning obligation are joint and several by the parties comprising the landowner and the developer respectively at the relative time." As I understand it, that particular clause would suggest that the developer has got every bit as much liability as the landowner in regard to the obligations attached to this. And I am latterly, I am the one resident who in error made the payment of both contributions, both the education and the open space contribution. It was made in error by my solicitor. Mr. Dryden, who's on this call today, is well aware. He and I have had numerous discussions in my failed attempts thus far to get reimbursement of that. It was a genuine mistake on the part of my solicitor. And if this motion is carried, there's two things that I'm looking for. I'm looking for that clause to be amended to take the onus away from the landowner and place it squarely onto the shoulders of the developer. And lastly, I am appealing to the committee today to consider reimbursement of obviously the open plan contribution that I've made. I'm happy to suck up the fact that the education contribution is not what's being applied for here and is unlikely to be waived. That is a personal matter between myself and the applicant in terms of my chances of recovering that money, and that obviously isn't party to this meeting or this agenda item today. So that is what I'd like to present, and I hope that you would consider favourably what I've had to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to open it up to members to ask any questions. The first question I'll ask you, sir, because obviously members that have been on this planning committee for a number of years are well versed with the situation up at Cloybank. We've been up there on numerous occasions. There's been applications that have came before this committee on a number of times. But in terms of the complexity of it, I could maybe ask you one simple question. You're asking if there'd be an opportunity for pay back the area for the open space. How much was it you actually paid?
Relative to the open space contribution, it was £1,820.
Yes, that's it. I'm just clarifying that. That's fine then. Okay then, any member want to ask any questions to this gentleman? Councillor Redmond, sir, thank you.
Maybe just more generally, but the £1,820, is the problem here that it should have been paid by the developer, or are we just taking it away from the development altogether? Is that?
Good questions.
Thank you. It's fair to say that this has been a challenging development. There is a planning obligation in place, which we would refer to as the Section 75 planning obligation. Now, bearing in mind that this original development was enabling development, so it was sale of plots to then invest money into Cloybank estate. The Section 75 agreement that was entered into had two parties essentially. So there was the developer, and the developer is obliged to make payments towards the development of Cloybank Estate, and the other obligation was placed on the landowner, which was originally the applicant of, in terms of this current application, Mr. Penman. But it was also noted that that obligation be by the landlord, i.e. Mr. Penman and I think his wife and their successors in title. So Section 75 planning obligations and responsibilities run with the land. They don't run with an individual. So you would find that these 6 houses have noted on their title deeds the obligations under this Section 75 planning obligation. So the reason I mentioned the nature of this development being plot sale, the landowner at the time of the triggering items for payment would have been the individual plot owners who had purchased from Mr. and Mrs. Penman at that time. So I think it's noted in the report in terms of the objection to the report in view of the agreement that has been reached between Mr. Penman and the residents. The council's not party to that agreement. The council isn't aware of that agreement. That would have been agreements between the seller of the original plot and the purchaser of the original plot. So the purchaser of the original plot is the landowner from the perspective of payment of the contributions. Mr. Fleming is correct that there is an ability to pursue under Section 75C of the Town and Country Planning Act 1997 against any previous owner of land, but the council's enforcement starting point would be who was the owner at the point that the obligation to pay was triggered, and pursue them, and we would have a fallback of perhaps going against the original owner of the land. So I suppose to sum that up, the Section 75 agreement entered into was quite clear that it was the landowner that was to make the payment. Thus far, we haven't received any payment other than from Mr. Fleming. And we hear mention of the agreements that have been reached between purchasers and Mr. Fleming. Unfortunately, we are not party to that. As a supplementary point to Mr. Fleming's request, I think what he's asking is that the original Section 75 planning obligation be amended to say that the original developer would be responsible for all of the payments. What we have before us today is an application for modification, and we have to take a decision on what's been requested in that application. To change the terms of the original Section 75 and go beyond that would at the very least require the consent of the applicant to take that forward, and is not really within the ambit of the decision making that can be taken by the committee today. Just on a note, I know Mr. Fleming's mentioned reimbursement of the sums that he's already paid by way of open space contribution, and as it's noted, there's no obligation for the council to do that. It was paid at a point when that money was due to be paid. But that said, I have to admit I can see some merit in the council considering that request. I think Mr. Fleming would find himself contributing towards, I think it was LED installations, whereas the other proprietors wouldn't be contributing. But then Mr. Fleming would also have the benefit that all the other proprietors would have of access to the open space in the estate. So hopefully that's of some help. I realise that was quite a lengthy explanation of things, but it's been quite a complex and long-running matter. Thanks, Councillor Redmond.
It's complex and a bit better understanding of that there. So, is there really 3 parties involved in this then? Because there was the landowner who got the planning permission, then the plots were sold to developers, and then we had obviously the homeowners finally came in. And that's when.
Thanks, Councillor Redmond. It's a really good question. My understanding, and I could be wrong, but my understanding is that you had the original applicant for the permission back in 2012, which I think was Mr. and Mrs. Penman. Yeah. And they then sold the plots. And I'm not clear that there was a kind of intermediary developer, but I think they sold the plots to then purchasers who self-built the houses on the sites. So I think there were 2 parties essentially. There was the original developer and then the purchasers of the plots who became the landowner and who then built out the plots and would have hit the trigger points for the contributions.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, I'll tell you, having been involved with this site for a number of years, listen to Mr. Henderson there. I was in the same wavelength as you. It's very, very complex indeed. Just one question, and determine when the members determine this application that's came before them, is there an opportunity then to grant the refunding to this gentleman the money paid for the open space? Can that be done?
Thank you, Convener, and it's an excellent point that you raise. In terms of the application for modification, a decision would be taken on that. But if the committee was minded to waive the open space contributions, it could take a decision as planning authority quite separately to the modification application to return the money to Mr. Fleming.
Fine. Councillor Kerr, and then we've got the Deputy Convener.
Thanks, Convener. Just a point of clarity as well. On page 207, local members, Councillor McCabe has been omitted from the names on the local members. It's only got 3 members there. Just to clarify that he's a local member in that area. Mr. Henderson's summary for me was just very well presented, but as clear as mud. I still didn't know what we're agreeing to here or not agreeing to. So what we're saying is the people who live on the site won't pay for open space, or they're taking the open space away because of the developments on Cloybank. Then the other one is about the school contributions. So we're saying that the other purchasers, apart from Mr. Fleming, who has paid the money, we're now saying that they won't now be liable for to pay school contributions.
With your leave, Convener, I think on the latter point, no. The education contribution still would exist. The modification application relates solely to the open space contribution. So the education contribution would still exist.
Okay.
And on the face of the agreement, the Section 75 planning obligation that was entered into, the responsibility for payment of that education contribution is by the landowner, which was originally defined as Mr. and Mrs. Penman, who were the landowners at that point, and their successors in title. So it meant that obligation passes with ownership through to new purchasers. And as I mentioned, the triggering point for the payment of these obligations, it was triggered by the granting of a completion certificate for the house that was built on the site, and the payment was to be between a period from the date of issue of a completion certificate to the date of occupation of the house. And at that point, it's certainly my understanding that Mr. and Mrs. Penman were not the owners of the sites at the points at which the houses were constructed and thereafter occupied. So I think you're right. The open space has gone. If this is agreed to, the open space matter would be gone, and what the contribution would effectively be is open access to the facilities within Cloybank for the 6 house owners. But in the background, I think the enforcement teams within planning and legal need to get their heads together and work through how to deal with the education contributions.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just hope we didn't agree to Section 75 last again. Very, very complicated. Very complicated. Well, thanks, Convener. And thanks, Mr. Henderson.
The good thing for me about this application coming forward, it's given this gentleman who's 1 of 6 an opportunity to put his case for reimbursing him for the open space. And that may be one of the most beneficial things that will come out of this application and the decision taken by members today. You've had your say, but we'll let you back in here, sir.
Convener, I'm sorry, it's Councillor Bowes here. I hate to interrupt you, but I have had my hand up quite a long time.
Gary,
and I need to go soon.
I'm going to apologise to you again, because we're in the town hall, and the fact is the light is shining and we cannot see anything except your gracious looks. So have you let the Mr. Fleming back in for a minute, then I'll come back to you.
Thank you, convener. There's just 2 points, 2 very brief points that I'd like to make, and following on from the contributions there. One was the secondary objective of this for the council, I presume, and that is that the council will be looking to secure payment of the outstanding Section 75 contributions, which, if this motion is carried, will be limited to the education contribution, which is £2,600 per plot. The second thing is just following on from, and I've forgotten the name of the gentleman that was just speaking there, who was making the comment about, I hope there's never another Section 75 planning obligation granted. While I've got this opportunity of being in front of the committee today, I am somewhat bewildered, because it's noted in the notes of this, attached to this, is that the planning application P190649PP for the erection of 3 dwelling houses there was a decision, a minded to grant decision by the planning committee, and I'm somewhat bewildered that even a minded to grant decision was taken when an existing Section 75 or planning obligation, the one that we're discussing here, is in breach. And the contributions, none of the contributions other than my own have been made. I don't expect necessarily to receive a comment back to that, but it has left me in a complete state of bewilderment as to why a minded to grant decision is taken when this situation prevails.
Right, but you can obviously, you will know that we're discussing this one that's in front of us just now.
I accept that, sir.
We're not going back to history, and most of the councillors there wouldn't even be there then. Councillor Bowes, and we've got to you at last.
Right, because I've got a completely total different view of every one of you so far. Right, so Section 75 monies are paid, and for example, if it's an open space, as we've got here, it's for the benefit of the whole community. Not for 6 houses, not for 3 houses. Sorry, Mr. Fleming, it's not that they are paid for the benefit of the whole community. To turn this around and take the open space payment and say that the 9 houses or 6 houses, whatever, are going to get free use in the Cloy Bank does not serve the whole community. It serves a small, either 6, 9 house community. Given that we've already had, as it's already in breach of Section 75, I don't believe that we should be agreeing to this, because Section 75 agreements are for whole community, not the individual house owners in an area. And in this case, and I'm sorry, Mr. Fleming, it's going against your bit. Hopefully you can see my argument here. And I don't agree that we should be agreeing to this. I think that all the open space money should be obtained, and they should be used for the benefit of the entire community in that area, not 6 or 3 houses. So I'm actually going to propose that we refuse this Section 75, and that we continue to get monies for the benefit of the whole community rather than a localised community. Sorry, I know it's been a while, but I've had time to think about it.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Bowes. Councillor Bowes has got a motion that we refuse the modification in front of us. Have we got a second, or do we still want to debate this anymore? Want to come in? No. No, he's rejecting. Just
Thank you. And Councillor Kelly was just seeking some clarification. And I might also bring in my colleague, Mr. Vivian. My understanding is that the modification to the Section 75 is to delete a requirement for a financial payment for open space and that would be replaced by an obligation on the landowner at Cloybank to allow access to open space facilities there to the 6 plot owners. Is that correct, Brent?
Yes, that's it in a nutshell, Ian.
So just to clarify on Councillor Bowse's part, it wasn't a suggestion that this open space is available to all parties. It was these 6 house owners.
Yeah, I got that completely, but a Section 75 payment is made to serve the whole community rather than 6 homes. So you can't to cancel out the Section 75 payment. I know in this case it's falling on the homeowners rather than just the developer. That money would then could be used, and it might not be used in the Cloybank estate. It may be used in some other part of that area for the benefit of the whole community. If the Cloybank estate were giving free access to everything, or we're putting that monies and using it for free access to community, the entire community, then I can see that, but not just for the 6 houses. That's what's worrying me, because then you're removing the money that's supposed to come through Section 75 for community, for the benefit of the whole community, and the only benefit in it is to the 6 landowners. I do apologise again, Mr. Fleming, it's not a personal go at you, and rather than, or if it had been a developer, and that's why I'm saying I don't think it should happen, because that money should be used for the general good of the community. It should need to be getting used. The only people who will get benefit out of it, and Mr. Fleming gets this, is Mr. Fleming and the other 5 house owners. That won't be, if we remove this, that is not for the general benefit of the community.
I didn't think I'd hear myself say this, but and because Brent and Mr. Dryden.
Excuse me,
sorry, sir. Sorry.
No, thank you.
No, yeah.
We're at a stage now where we're debating as a committee to try and come to some sort of decision, and listening to Councillor Bowes, and now we've got one of the local members who's going to speak just now, Councillor Kelly, and then we'll go back to Mr. Henderson.
I think I'm right in thinking the community do have free access to Cloybank. Is it? Perhaps Mr. Fleming could answer me properly there.
Correct.
Yeah. So therefore, the whole community is allowed onto Cloybank for free access. Does that answer yours, Gary, Mr. Bowes?
It does partially, but as I say, the Cloybank's the development of Cloybank was financed through the purchase of the house and sale of the houses. That this money, Mr. Henderson will tell you that Section 75s are very, very tight, and they determine exactly what the monies for that Section 75 should be used for. So the open space development, what was is your famous tightness, and the actual definition for the use of it.
You want to come in now? Mr. Henderson.
Thank you. It was just to clarify, in the sense of where we are, that we've got an application before us for modification of a Section 75. It's not discharged. The Section 75 would still remain in all other terms. The application before you is simply a modification to say there is currently a sum of money, which I think was about £1,820 originally per house, towards open space. And the application is seeking the removal of that with the replacement that these 6 house owners would have access to the estate, and the open space contribution would no longer be needed. The point I made earlier is that subject to any consent from the applicant, what we have before us is an application that has been advertised, and it's not within the gift of the council or the planning authority to go beyond the modification that's been sought. So it becomes somewhat of a binary decision here. It's either you modify as requested, or you refuse the modification request, in which case the terms of the Section 75 as they sit at this very moment remain in place. So I don't know if that helps to clarify anything, Councillor Kelly.
I think that simplifies. So go back to you again, Councillor Bowes. You've heard what Mr Henderson has said. I think he's simplified it there. So you want to change, or what would you want to move now?
I have concern that of what the bit we are modifying was to be used for previously. I'm trying to think of how to word it. I'm not trying to be tricky about it.
No.
In my number of years of looking at Section 75s, they tend to have quite a tight rein on what they actually would be used for. The open space. Why would you put a Section 75 requirement for open space when you know there's going to be a big open space that's getting developed? So Cloybank Estate in itself. So I can only assume that monies was intended for other uses than the Cloybank Estate.
We'll maybe ask Brent on that question. Brent, that's a simple question. I'm quite sure you've got a simple answer to that.
Yeah, thanks, convener. I'll perhaps firstly go back to the policy basis for taking contributions under policy PE 17 of the local development plan. The basis for firstly either taking an open space contribution or in fact providing on-site provision for open spaces is to meet the recreational needs for the proposed new houses rather than a wider basis for taking those contributions. The focus for contributions for open space in the Bank Knock area is to improve the facilities at Hollandbush Park. Now that park is quite some distance from Cloybank, and also there's pedestrian accessibility issues to try to get from the site to the park. Aside from that, over the years since the Section 75 was agreed for this development, Cloybank has developed and evolved, and the facilities on offer have enhanced and improved over the years. So we're now at a point where we can accept the proposal for the existing 6 plots to be served by the existing facilities at the estate, which would provide a justification for removing the open space contribution, which was originally agreed as part of the Section 75.
Thanks, Brent. I'll come back to you, Gary, and then we'll bring Councillor Kerr in.
What I'll do is I will remove my proposal. I still have a lot of questions on it, and I may ask some other questions for future situations. I will remove my proposal to reject.
Okay.
But I'm really concerned about this one.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kerr?
I would propose that we accept the officer's recommendation and a caveat of that we reimburse Mr Fleming his 1,800 and whatever pounds it is, 1,860 or 1,820.
Councillor Kelly?
I'll second that motion.
Yep. Okay, we have a motion moved and seconded. Is there anybody otherwise minded? I'm looking up at the screen as well. I can see Councillor Bowes. Councillor Redmond wants in. Councillor Redmond.
Just one question, because I do sort of agree with Gary. If we set out that there should be money going to the community and it should be paid, and if this was a Section 75 is a planning condition, isn't it? So why was the building one completion certificate given if it hadn't met all the planning conditions? That I think that's a question maybe going forward we should make sure that doesn't happen again.
Yeah.
It's a planning one.
The planning section is not a planning condition, but it's a means, a mechanism under the planning legislation to secure financial contributions, and there's other avenues that you can take. But in this case, it's how we secure contributions where at the point in time of the application being considered originally, there was a demand needed. I suppose it's important to point out here this goes back to 2012. So at this point in time, things have evolved, as you've heard today. Circumstances have changed. So I think it's important, and I think we need to then obviously try and identify through the agreement when we do it for contributions, when is the appropriate time to actually secure those monies. And normally occupation, for example, of a dwelling house is probably a pertinent and relevant time to ask for that, because that's when you could argue the demand for the deficiency that's been identified is needed. And normally the best way we find to secure that is through the building standards, where occupation certificate is granted to the dwelling house. So that's where we tie those kind of stipulations in to the actual planning obligations. It's not a condition as such, but it's an appropriate mechanism to secure monies, and it can also identify the time frame for that. And an occupation to completion certificate through the building standards is something that we can do and has been successfully achieved in the past, although I believe, as you've heard today, planning obligations vary by their size and their complexity, and this is at the complexity end of the spectrum.
I think that's because I would say that it should be paid, but at the same time it should have been paid by the developer, and Mr. Fleming, shouldn't have been paying this. It shouldn't have been falling to the homeowners. So I think it's maybe a wee bit on, like you're saying, this doesn't often happen, but maybe that's where the fault's been with not taking the contribution off the developer. I think so. That's my opinion on it.
Can I say this just now? I'm really impressed with all the newcomers, including yourself and your colleagues, because the questions that you're asking are very, very salient questions, and that's the only way you learn in planning. You're learning every day, but your question there was very, very good. Thank you. Okay, then we're getting back to where we were. We've got a motion moved and seconded to grant the modification with the as the wording from Councillor Kerr, the caveat that we reimburse this gentleman for his contribution. Ian, can you pick that up then?
Thank you, convener. I don't have a note of an amendment to that motion, so I think, convener, you've summed that up well. It's a motion by Councillor Kerr, seconded by Councillor Kelly, to accept the officer recommendation and the modification of the Section 75 agreement, with a note that the planning authority is agreeable to reimbursing Mr. Fleming the open space contribution that he has already paid. Thank you.
Okay, we agreed. We're going to have a 5-minute comfort break. We've only got you to go. Thank you. That's a difficult one for everybody. All ready, Jack? Okay then, thank you everybody. We'll reconvene the meeting at item 11. Construction of dwelling house at land to the east of 1 Hillcrest Square, Readymuir Head for Cedarwood Developments. It's pages 215 to 230 on your agenda papers, and you'll be delighted to know that the officer is Julie Seidel-Gregory. Thank you.
Thank you, convener. Jack, if you're able to, can you please show the drawings and the photographs for this application, please? This application relates to the erection of a detached dwelling house at land to the east of Hillcrest Square. The application site fronts the access road onto Hillcrest Square. The proposed dwelling house would be developed in the southern section of the site. The proposed dwelling is shown as being 2-storey.
Okay, there, welcome back everybody. We're now at item 11. Construction of dwelling house at land to the east of 1 Hillcrest Square, Readymuir Head for Cedarwood Development, Scotland Limited. It's pages 215 to 230 on your agenda papers. And the presentation and report is coming forward by Julie Seidel-Gregory. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you, convener. Jack, are you able to show the drawings for this one? Thanks. This application relates to the erection of a detached dwelling house at land to the east of Hillcrest Square. The application site fronts the access road to Hillcrest Square, and the proposed dwelling is shown as being 2 storeys in height with an architectural treatment similar in design to existing dwellings at Hillcrest Square. The Environmental Protection Unit and Roads Development Unit have no objection to this application. Children's Services advise that Braes High School is expected to face capacity issues as a result of development, and the reasons that contributions are sought for a single house is discussed at section 70.6 of your report. The Coal Authority and Scottish Water have no objection. In the course of the application, 2 letters of support and 1 objection were received by the Council. The points raised are summarised in section 6 of your report. The application is assessed as being contrary to the Falkirk Local Development Plan 2. This is principally because the proposed development does not meet any of the circumstances prescribed in Policy HC05, where housing development in the countryside is supported. Of specific note, the development is not classed as a gap site, as neighbouring development which benefits from planning permission has not yet been constructed. Members should note the planning history for this site and the surrounding area as discussed in section 7b.7 of your report. This site, including the single house plot to the south and 3 houses to the west of the site, were originally granted planning permission as part of a larger housing opportunity allocated in the LDP. The current LDP2 shrunk the housing allocation, and the sites mentioned are now in the countryside. Notwithstanding the changes in the strategic objectives of the Local Development Plan 2, Planning Permission P18 0726 PPP for the application site is extant, and on this basis it is considered that the principle of the site for housing development is supported by the planning history and give weights to granting this current application. It's recommended that the Planning Committee indicate it is minded to grant planning permission subject to conclusion of a legal agreement and the conditions set out in section 9 of your report. Thank you, convener.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open it up to members on this one. Councillor Kerr.
Just a bit of clarity, convener. Is there a where the red line is? The ground next to the road, is there a house ready agreed for a house there previously?
There is planning permission approved for the site to the south, and that became before committee relatively recently. We're in the process of concluding a legal agreement for that one. and there was also 3 houses to the west of the site. They're actually leaving the access to the rear of this plot, that those three plots will still be accessed. So there's quite a bit of history on this site.
Well, you didn't need to tell me.
So yes, but there's no construction in terms of any of those individual plots.
I just, when the red line was there, I just thought that previously there was a plan application for at the front of that, so that would have been 2 in that area.
This current application site, you're right in what you're saying. They're developing only part of the site. They've not given an indication as to whether they would come forward for another house to the north. If they did, that would obviously be a separate application that would be presented to committee.
And my other query was that with this one development, that the Brace High School would. How many kids do you think they're going to have? 200 or 300?
That's a very good point. This site, together with the single house plot to the south and the 3 plots to the side, is being considered together with the Persimmon Home site, where the cumulative impact actually does generate an impact, and that's how we've dealt with all of these plots. We've dealt with them all in the same way, including the plan permission and principle for this site. So that continues how we've dealt with contributions in this part of Falkirk.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. And
a question, a quick
certainly.
question, where it says that financial contributions of £1,400 open space provision in Shield Hill. Well, that used to be my area, but it's now Councillor Forest Mines area. It comes under Lower Braes. Aye. So why's the money got to Shield Hill and no Redmuirhead and Wallerstone?
We did an open space audit that looked at where monies could be spent, and that was identified that would be the where we could spend money for this one. So we looked at play spaces in the area. We also had to look at the distance from the application site to play spaces, and Shield Hill was viewed as being the most usable area for residents of this plot.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then, is anybody like to come in on this issue? Yes.
Just
yes,
looking
sir.
at the site history, it says planning permission in principle was granted on the 15th of November 2019. So just getting that. So if it's not in the development plan, but it's already got planning permission, effectively, how does just because I'm new, could you maybe explain
No,
in principle?
there is a complicated planning history here, and it's a very interesting question. When this application was originally, this site was originally granted planning permission in principle, it was under our previous local development plan, where the housing allocation was larger, so it encompassed the Persimmon Home site, which is currently at appeal. This site, the site to the south, the individual plot that currently benefits from plan permission, and 3 plots to the west which also benefit from plan permission. So at that time they were all part of one big housing allocation, and they were in accordance with the development plan and were approved as such. The current local development plan 2 is in effect shrunk that housing allocation so that it's now just the larger Persimmon Homes site. So these individual plots are now unfortunately in the countryside, but obviously the planning history for them, there are permissions in most cases that can be implemented, gives way to us still, you know, the principle of development of these sites for housing is supported by the planning history of the site, notwithstanding the change in the strategic objectives of the local development plan 2.
That's great, thanks. I understand that a bit better.
Councillor Stainrod, did you want to come in?
No.
No, okay. Does anybody else want to come in? I'm quite happy to move. Is that Provost Bissett? Provost Bissett.
Thanks, Convener. I'm quite comfortable with this application, and I'd be happy to move mine to grant. Agree the recommendations and tax conditions. Convener, thank you.
Quite happy to second you. Is there anybody otherwise minded? No. Thank you very much for that. That takes us to item 12 on your agenda, construction of dwelling house with associated development, including outbuilding and stables at site to the northwest of 47 Maniston Holdings, Blackness, for Mr and Mrs James and Catherine Thompson. It's pages 231 to 244, and the report again is by Julie Seidel-Gregory. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you, Convener. Jack, can you show the drawings and the photographs for this site if possible? So this application relates to the development of a house with stables and paddock at land to the west of 47 Maniston Holdings in Blackness. No issues are raised in principle by consultees, as summarised in section 4 of your report. One letter of comment was received, and it's summarised in section 6 of your report. This application is assessed as being in accordance with the Falkirk Local Development Plan 2 as assessed in section 7 of your report. Of specific reference, the application is assessed as being in accordance with policy PE 14 countryside, PE 18 landscape and HCO 5 housing in the countryside. It's recommended that Planning Committee grant planning permission subject to the conditions in section 9 of your report. Thank you, Convener.
Okay, thank you. You will see with the report that I called this in, and the reason I called this in, and I'll give you the reason quite clear, is the fact is that an application for this area, no the specific area, came forward to this council some time ago. It was refused because it's quite clear the recommendation, I think, was for refusal. There was no justification for a house in the countryside, a new house. So when this application came forward, I was quite concerned that suddenly we have another application coming in. You will know that when officers and applicants get together initially, then what you have pre-application meetings and so forth. Now, the reason that I've been told that that this has been granted because of the fact that the other application was not granted, because this is now an infill site. Now, I don't understand, and I'm going to come to Julie in a minute, why we sat here as a committee not that long ago and we refused a new house in the countryside there, and then suddenly it's came back to us a few months later saying that this application is recommended to grant because they know it's now an infill site. Now, to me, what I would like to do is, and I think it would be really good and beneficial for all members, is the fact is that I would like to move to sites for this. The reason being is I would like to go to this site to show clearly how this application was refused initially because there was no justification for the new house in the countryside, and why now it's come back to us a few months later saying that they've moved it west or whatever it is, and it's an infill site. So I would like to see, and I think it would be good to go there and have a look and see why this is now being granted as an infill site when just a few months ago this application, a different application, came forward and there was no justification for a house and members refused it. So, Julie, I'm coming to you. By the way, this isn't any criticism levelled at any officers. It's just the fact is that the members, when this came to committee originally, no this application, but the other application, which is in the same area, the same applicant, etc., that members fully went with the recommendations, and the recommendations was to refuse because there was no justification. Then we get this application coming back, and they said that the recommendation is now to grant it because the area has been moved and it's now classified as an infill site, which gives justification to a new house in the countryside. You understand where I'm coming from?
Thank you, Convener. Yep, it's a really good point to make, particularly when we did very recently look at a similar application for the site. However, this current application is quite different to that last application in that the position of buildings on the site has been moved to the east of the site, so that these buildings are now fronting the access roads, and it means that the application now accords with one of the criteria in policy HCO5, where housing in the countryside is supported, and that is infill development. Supplementary guidance SG01 gives further guidance and assessment criteria for this type of development. This specific one we would class as cluster development, and I'll quickly summarise a bit of the assessment from my report, which is at section 7B.3, and I've just gone over each of the criteria in turn. So this specific application would be surrounded on 3 sides by existing dwelling houses, mature trees and boundary enclosures. It's considered that the site, this current site, forms an obvious and cohesive residential group with its landscape setting. The development is contained on 3 sides and would not extend the cluster outwards. The proposed development would not constitute ribbon or backland development. The proposal would respect the character, layout and building pattern of the cluster, would not expand the cluster by more than 50%, and it accords with the criteria in policy HC06, which relates to infill development and subdivision of plots. Previously, the buildings on the site in relation to the last application were to the far west of the site, an open countryside, and it would have been quite a jarring built development within the landscape setting there that really wasn't enclosed and could not be considered an infill or a cluster development.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No question to you, because you're all top professionals. Now, the fact is, when you have pre-application meetings with applicants, surely they would have realised then that they had nothing to justify that application that was going to come forward. So at that particular stage, why then was there no any discussions to say, right, what we can do here is, if you move it here, wherever west or whatever it is, then we can classify that as an infill. So why then would they waste all that money and time coming forward for an application that had no justification, and then they're coming back in again a few months later with an application that's going to be supported by officers and the recommendation, because of the fact is that now it's an infill. Surely at that particular time, when there was a pre-application meetings, that officers, whoever it was that was dealing with them, would have said quite clearly, well, wait a minute, no, I'm afraid there's no justification for you building a house there, but I'll give you some of my sound advice. If you were to move it to the west, then we could change our recommendation to grant, because we could classify that as an infill site. If you can understand where I'm coming from, trying to simplify it. So what I'm saying just now is, I think it would be beneficial for me, and I think it would be beneficial for the whole committee to go out here and have a look at the original area and then see how this classification was reversed and that the recommendation was changed to allow a house in the countryside that's already been refused and it had been moved, if you follow where I'm coming from. So I'm happy to move that we go to site with this.
Convener, I'll second that. I think it'd be, I agree with you that I think it'd be good for us to go and take a look.
I think it would be really good. So is there anybody otherwise minded? No, agreeing sites,
Agreed.
Unaccompanied, sorry. Fine, thank you, Julie. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. That takes us to item 13, extension to dwelling house at 18 Netherby Road, Airth, Falkirk, for Mr. Powell Kowal, and I hope I've said his name right. It's pages 245 to 251. Councillor Murtagh, we've just got you back on the screen. We thought you'd left. Are you okay?
Yeah, I wasn't feeling too well earlier, but
oh dear.
I got kicked off and then I wasn't sure if it had finished and come back in, so I'm going to come back in at the moment. I'm going to attempt to anyway.
Well, can I say this? You're back at the right time because it's for one of your areas. It's item 13, extension to dwelling house at 18 Netherby Road, Airth, Falkirk, for Mr. Powell Kowal, and I hope that's the right pronunciation. Is it Julie again? Thank you, Julie.
Thank you, Convener. Jack, can you show the drawings and the photographs? Can you start by showing the elevations, please, and then some of the site context? So this application relates to the development of 18 Netherby Road in Airth, a semi-detached single-storey dwelling house in an established residential area. The pictures the drawings you can see at the moment just show the dwelling house as it is at the moment. You'll see it's quite a modest single-storey property, and it is semi-detached. The drawings that you can now see are the proposal, which includes full height side extension and full height dormers front and back. The development seeks to accommodate a bathroom and additional living space on the ground floor and a new master bedroom with ensuite to the first floor. The application is assessed as being contrary to the Falkirk Local Development Plan 2, with specific reference to policy HCO 8 residential extensions and alterations, and supplementary guidance SGO 3 residential extensions and alterations. The proposed development is contemporary in design, which in many circumstances would be welcomed. However, in this case, the proposed contemporary reinterpretation of the modest dwelling with full height side extension and full height front and back dormers would be at odds with the character of the street, and in particular the adjoining property. It's considered that the modest nature of the original dwelling means that the proposal is an overdevelopment. The side extension does not have a lower ridge line or setback, which is contrary to SGO 3. And the proposed front dormer is not an existing feature of the surrounding street. The resulting design, scale and massing would not be in keeping with the original property or the surrounding area. It's recommended that the Planning Committee refuse planning permission for the reason detailed at section 9 of your report. Thank you, Convener.
Well, thank you once again. Okay, we're going to open it up to members. Councillor Murtagh, did you want to come in?
I mean, I think, thanks, Convener. I think it's a difficult one because, you know, I can understand the reasons for wanting to have the extension. I think on this occasion, the character of the extension, as Julie's just outlined, the kind of very, it is a street which is on one side all the way down completely bungalows, and then as you go up on the other side, as it kind of goes around that corner, there are some other two-storey dwellings, but at that particular point, particularly the semi-detached nature of it, I'd have to agree with the officers that it would be extraordinarily out of character with the area, although, you know, the design sitting somewhere else would be probably welcome. So I feel like I can't really disagree with the officers' recommendations. I don't know about others, how others feel about that, but that would be my particular view at this stage.
Okay, thank you. I'll bring other members in. Does anybody like to come in? We've heard one of the local members there after the report. Councillor Kerr?
Probably the same as Councillor Murtagh. I had a look at the area on Google Maps just at the break there, and couldn't see anything that would be the same. Understand why they seek permission. No, I've no questions, but just that comment.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else like to come in? Councillor Murtagh.
Yeah, I mean, it's always awkward when you know, you can see the reasons why somebody would want to extend, and that, you know, that it's difficult to kind of so equivocally not find anything in favour. But I think on this occasion I'd be happy to move the recommendations in the report.
Okay, thank you. We've got just to clarify, we've got a motion to move to go with the recommendation contained within. Councillor Kelly?
I'll say that.
Has Councillor Forrest wanted in as well? Sorry. Okay, fine. So we've got a motion moved and seconded. Have we got anybody otherwise minded? No, agreed to the recommendation contained within the report. Thank you. That takes us to item 14. You'll be glad to know this is the last item on your agenda. Construction of dwelling house at land to the south of Greyrig Farm, Falkirk for Unique Development Scotland Limited. It's pages 252 to 274. There's a deputation request been made, so we'll decide that first. An application has been made by Ryan Marshall, agent, to be received as a deputation to be heard in respect of this item of business. Have we agreed to let Mr. Marshall speak? Agreed. That's fine. That's fine. Thank you very much. Perfect. Now, Just checking there because Julie is not doing this report, and I would like to go straight to Mr. Dryden. Thank you, Mr. Dryden.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, and give Julie a well-earned rest from today. Yeah, this final application before you this afternoon, this is a full planning application for a dwelling house at land to the south of Greyrig Farm, which is on the Boxton Road. And Jack, if I could ask you please to pull up the committee site photos, which there's a number of photographs that are produced by the case officer John Cooney, who's now left the authority. This is quite useful for setting context for you. Is it possible just to enlarge those slightly, Jack? We have got the photographs annotated. So this is on Boxton Road looking east, and you can see the red arrow on the south side of the road. This is the location. Jack, if you just start to scroll down those photographs, please, that'd be helpful, which identifies the location, and again, this is looking back west from the application site on your left-hand side here. The next photograph, please, Jack. Again, this is could be enlarged just slightly. This is looking again northwards, where actually you have obviously the pylon in the woodland area, where actually the red arrow points to the application site, which shows Boxton Road, and obviously you have the cluster of Greyrig. You can see the buildings to your left, and actually as we get closer to other photographs, there's a building opposite on the other side of the road. The next photograph, please, Jack. Again, another photograph just showing the view taken from the south, looking northwards. The red arrow annotates the location of the site for the dwelling house that's before you this afternoon. And again, further photograph showing the existing trees, and actually the building you can see is on the other side of the road of Boxton Road. That's on the northern side, and that can be seen actually on the site map, which is attached to your committee report at the end of this report. Next photograph, please, Jack. Again, looking again along Boxton Road, this is going again westwards up to the bend at the location of the application site, again within the grouping of trees. Next photograph, please. Getting closer, what I would like to point out here, you'll see there is the ruins of a gable. And you'll see in the report before you that the Ordnance Survey evidence dating back to 1955 had this as a ruin. So the ruin is certainly approaching 70 years old. And I think that's pertinent to some of the considerations before you this afternoon. Jack, can we have the next photograph, please? Again, another photograph just showing the context of the location of the site. And again, a closer up view here as you come up to Boxton Road. This is the location of the proposed dwelling house, and you can see there's a gable end remaining of the cottage, which has been certainly a ruin for at least since 1955. Jack, is there any other photographs? Again, just proposed access location of Boxton Road, showing that, as you can see, the site, albeit there is some ruin on ruins of some the gable, clearly the countryside and vegetation has taken over, and it's not deemed certainly for planning purposes as a vacant or derelict site, but certainly obviously there is some historical reference, albeit many years ago, that there once was a dwelling on that site. But for the purposes of the assessment of this plan application and with regard to your development plan, this is a countryside location. Jack, could I maybe ask you now to go to the 3D perspective sketch views, which I think will show again the proposed replacement dwelling house that has been put forward here, obviously given the history. I would just quickly talk it through with the report before you. You'll see from the consultations that have been lodged that there has been concern raised by our roads colleagues about the proposed position of the access off Boxton Road and the inability for the site to actually provide an acceptable visibility display. So therefore, roads remain concerned that this proposed new dwelling house would create some access concerns on a area of road which is unrestricted, has no pedestrian access, so there remains concerns in that regard. I would identify also in paragraph 4.11 of the report before you that the roads flooding unit have confirmed that a drainage impact assessment would be required. Should obviously development be of a mind, or you be of a mind to support that. I would highlight particularly there's been one contribution in the public representations on paragraph 6.1, largely raising concerns about construction during construction of the scenario that planning permission was to be granted, and the officer responds to obviously those points. They are covered in paragraph 7B16 of how these matters can be addressed. Turning back to your development plan, Falkirk Local Development Plan LDP2, as I've highlighted, it's a countryside location, and therefore, in exceptional circumstances, should we be considering the new housing in a countryside location, particularly where if it can be demonstrated that there's a need for a rural location through agriculture or other rural enterprise. That's not the case. There has been no justification put forward in this regard, and therefore, by and large, it's considered, as you'll see in the report, that actually while the design is certainly something it's a full application. I think the design is good. This is more to do with the location of this house, and in accordance with your development plan, it's a countryside location that does not meet the criteria that would normally allow a house for development in the countryside. Notwithstanding that there is obviously established rural cluster, close proximity to Grey Rig, that's already established, but this would actually open up an incursion on the southern side of Grey Rig, which we feel would not be supported through countryside policies. It's not sustainable in terms of sustainable development and placemaking that we would encourage. So in conclusion, Convener, the application has been assessed, being contrary to your development plan. The reasons for that is because it does not relate to housing required for the pursuance of an appropriate rural activity. It would not respect the established settlement pattern cluster in Grey Rig. That's not demonstrated safe access, and there has also not been a demonstration of the impact of whether existing ecology or trees on the site would be affected. Thank you, Convener.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Dryden. Could I say at this stage, and it's a difficult one because, as I say, this is a new committee, but over the years we have been up in this area and this locality on a number of occasions, and especially against where recommendations coming for committee officers in relation to refusing because of the new house in the countryside. But one of the areas, and we're talking about this application, we're not talking about any other application, but sometimes it's valuable to try and address an issue with outstanding issues that we've already dealt with. The issue about obviously I don't know this area that well, but the issue about there already being a building there in the past, whether it's 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 50, 75 years, then it's not the first time that we've been on site where we've just seen maybe 2 or 3 bricks lying about, and at the end it was decided in relation to the fact there's been an established dwelling house there. I don't know the area, and I'll let other members in, and I apologise for coming in right away. But the fact of the matter is that for me, when you're talking about justifying new housing in the countryside, then there's a list that you've already spoken about that we can all get a chance to. One of the areas that isn't on that list, and which has been used on many occasions, is the fact that there's already been dwelling houses that's been established there at some period in history. So I'm not going to say any more than that. My view quite clearly would be is that I would actually like to go out and site here just to see exactly the situation where this application is being asked to be, and also that to have a look and see the historical buildings that's been there before. So that's my period. I'm opening it up now.
There's a deputation.
I know that. Mr. Marshall, sorry about that. I apologise for you.
No problem at all, Convener. Appreciate it's been a long day for everyone.
It's been a long day, and I apologise for that.
No, you're absolutely fine. So thanks again to yourself and the committee for giving me the chance to speak here. I'll be very brief because I know it has been a long day. So just a couple of pertinent points, and then I'll open it up back to yourselves. Locally, a lot is made of development in the countryside, and you touched on it yourself, Convener, but predominantly this focuses mainly on agricultural or more historic buildings, which predominantly were stables or blocks where farming and agricultural industry has long ceased. Our Upper Braes area has a rich heritage of mining history, and it's characterised by small groupings of buildings and small villages which developed over the years through the mining and the pit areas round about. That in itself led to things like Boxton, Hitrighead, Stanburn, all the other areas round about growing up as sporadic and small area development, which, although if you looked at it in a planning context at the moment, potentially wouldn't be what they would normally design, but are now in existence and now have to also be supported. The site sits within an area which has been recently developed in the last 10 years with the nearby development of 3 houses at the former reservoir site at the Boxton roundabout. I would argue that actually, given the context of that development, as long and in addition to the buildings that sit at Grey Farm across the road, and in addition to the other properties that sit at the roundabout, which were illustrated in some of the images previously shown, this site actually does sit within a small grouping and a small holding which could be defined as a small settlement group. The proposal seeks to reuse the footprint of an albeit existing derelict building, which is currently defined as gables, some low walls, but also set within the grounds which are clearly defined as garden ground by boundary hedges and fencing. The proposal seeks to build on this and extend the footprint to form a new 4-bedroom dwelling. Predominantly this would be single storey, in keeping with the cottage element across the road, but sat lower within the context and stepping down within the topography itself. It's a great opportunity to reimagine an existing building and enrich and maintain a small settlement at Boxton Head, and it would also be within the spirit of LDP2, where it's identified that there's a lack of income and sustainable development in our rural communities. I would welcome the option or the opportunity to answer any questions that the committee may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and once again apologise for jumping in before you had the opportunity to speak, and members had an opportunity to ask you questions. So at this particular juncture, it's questions to Mr. Marshall.
Just on a brief
Councillor
point.
Redmond, then Councillor Kerr.
Housing does not relate to pursuance of an appropriate rural activity. So what would be defined as an appropriate rural activity? Like, does it, obviously there's some people that live in rural areas, but they're maybe retired now and they hand their farm over to their son or whatever. So at the same time as people that live in rural areas, you know, probably will be involved in rural activities, there might be some people that just live in rural areas that, you know, want to stay there. So is there leeway for that if it was a farmer wants to build a house for his mother to stay in, or is it just, does it have to be, if it had a stables way it would be all right, or if it was something like that? Just
no, I think you raised some valid points there, Councillor. I think it's all down to historically obviously the countryside location and pressures on the countryside and I think there's that balance to be found between those who obviously live in the land, or such as a farm worker's cottage or somebody employed in agriculture. We do allow policy provision to cover that. If somebody wants to establish a business sometimes where it requires a rural location, you know, could be various reasons. We need to also be satisfied, you know, that it becomes established, and so I think there is some opportunity to allow that, but we've got to balance that with this issue of sustainability, about the growth, controlled growth, and I think we're clearly the general thrust is to try and develop within existing settlements, but it's not to say that you can't get situations where a rural development might be appropriate, and it's where you draw that line. And this is one of these ones where, on balance, clearly, as you can see from the photographs, has been mentioned already, historically, albeit many years ago, there was remnants of a cottage. It may well be more than 70 years it was last occupied. It would suggest that to be the case. And I think clearly from the photographs you'd have seen today that clearly the vegetation has taken over again. That's characteristic. You know, you do see that throughout the area. And I suppose it's just the policies that we have in place to try and control, but also promote development in the right place, in the right location, and the type of development, such as a farm worker or somebody actually needing to be on the land. And this application, at the point in time, there has been no demonstration of the need for a rural location, other than the case being made that historically there was, you know, obviously a house there many years ago. And I think this determination before you this afternoon is really, well, it's a full application. It's the principle of this location in the countryside being acceptable for a further house where it's not yet been demonstrated there's a need to actually work the land or be in the rural location, other than it is clearly a nice location, and we accept that. So it's one of these ones on balance.
Thanks. That was good. Thanks. Maybe just one more point on the sustainability thing. I know I've kind of been up in California quite a wee bit, and I spoke to people around about there. And the California primary school's quite busy. They've got a healthy population there. But I've heard people further down the road at Avon Bridge, the schools actually, they've got an issue where there's not enough young people living in there, and the school's not getting the numbers, and they're worried that maybe one day the school might have to close. So this is kind of slap bang in between the middle of them. So it's just a wee, sustain communities sometimes. Extra houses can help to sustain communities, but I agree with what you're saying, and thanks for that. Cheers.
Chair, Councillor.
I've got a question for Mr. Marshall. He says you highlighted in your summary, Mr. Marshall, regarding the ruins that's already there. Will they be totally encompassed in the new build?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. Yes, essentially the footprint and the walls that are currently there at the moment would be built back up, and they would form the basically the front end of the dwelling as it sits adjacent to the road. The new extension to that footprint would then come away from that towards the southeast, and then step down as a single story into the landscape.
Thank you very much. As many of you know, that area is where I was brought up, and I represent that area for the past 5 years. And if you go along the Buxton Road, it goes two ways. And when you go along each side of either the roundabout, there are these developments dotted everywhere along these roads. And the point that Councillor Redmond brought up regarding the school's sustainability, they have got another school at Stanburn where 15 or 16 kids, and they struggle to bring people to that school, and that is a big factor and a fear that area has. And I understand Mr. Dryden's points regarding the countryside, but living up that area and knowing the area very well, I'm quite happy to, and I understand that the conveners mentioned about going to sites, but I'm comfortable enough to recommend approval for the application. With regards to sustainability and the countryside, and I will be looking for help from Mr. Henderson with the relevant policies.
Thank you. I think you've picked up on the point around sustainability. I suppose you can't guarantee that there's going to be a child in the house, so but the sustainability point has been picked up, and I think you've also indicated that the development would be in line with the character of the area. I don't know if you mentioned the point around the existing building on the site, where there's an existing building on a site, and so I think what I was scribbling down there is that committee would be minded to grant permission as it's satisfied as to matters of the design, presumably, and the scale of the development and its relationship to its surroundings, and it would be in character with those surroundings. It would be in the interests of sustainability, and it's considered persuasive that the site contains an existing site of a disused building, which site would be utilised as part of this development. I think these are the core points that you had mentioned that I had captured. I don't know if my planning colleagues had picked up on anything else that I may have missed.
No, I think certainly, obviously, should Councillor Kerr's moving forward, and I think the points I'd just like to pick up, there will be a number of conditions that we'd add, but I would just pick up that and how to highlight, given the history of the location in the Braes, the need for coal mining risk need to be undertaken along with a drainage impact assessment, the impact on the ecology and the trees, and also low and zero carbon conditions to be met. And I think an informative, particularly in light of the concerns raised by the contributor, we could cover an informative construction management plan, particularly to ensure that any construction, should permission be granted, that is carried out with minimal impact on the immediate location and those of existing residents.
Thank you, Mr. Dryden, and thanks for picking up on there would presumably be the delegation to the Director of Police Services. And I think you're quite right, the report mentioned about a tree survey and protection plan. Would that be the right phraseology? A drainage impact assessment, a coal mining risk assessment, information on zero carbon, and an informative around a construction management plan. Thanks.
I think there was also something mentioned about by the roads regarding drainage for that area as well. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Skatebank and Councillor who else? Councillor Murtagh. Councillor Skatebank and Councillor Murtagh.
Yeah, thank you, convener. I sort of share the points that Councillor Kerr makes, but considering the complexity as well of the situation, if the motion is still active to go to sites, I'm happy to second that.
Councillor Murtagh, sorry.
That's okay, and I think we're going to get into that lovely place we like about taking procedural motions before we take other motions. But I hear what's being said, and I always pay respect to what local members say, and I can see the concern about the school sustainability angle. But I think that in Mr. Henderson's I'm not going to say litany, but reading of reasons why we could overcome in the motion the concerns outlined in the planning report. It's almost like they're directly contrary, like they're almost completely directly contrary. And I think that's what concerns me, is that in order this proposal is contrary to many of the policies, as what Mr. Dryden read out, and in order to overcome, particularly about the housing in the countryside, we have to be satisfied that there's, some of those, at least there's a material benefit. I'm not sure, given that there isn't necessarily the need there's an identified need for housing in that particular location. I have to say I really like the design. I think it's fantastic, and obviously the location is very stunning in itself. But I think that the point, there's a number of points. One, the road situation, I'm not sure how you would overcome that. And I take the point that up and down this road there are a number of similar developments, but when this building was last occupied, the situation in terms of traffic was completely different. We didn't have that same environment in the way that we use roads that we do now. I'm not sure how, even if you could make an argument for some of the other policies in terms of satisfying biodiversity, satisfying the need for housing in the countryside, that you would be able to overcome that one, given what the roads department has said. So looking at the recommendations in the report, I'm not satisfied that those have been overcome by the desire to have this particular design in this particular house. I think I congratulate the argument being made that it's that there's currently an existing building on site. I think that's stretching it somewhat, even as a historian, that particular building can be regarded in that way. But I think it's fair enough to try to argue that. But I don't think that that's particularly the case or relevant in this case, even if the existing walls were being used. I don't think you can argue that that's an existing settlement. And therefore I'd be more minded to move the recommendations in the report, but notwithstanding, Commissioner, you've said you would like to go to sites. If colleagues are minded that they would like to go to sites, then that's the procedural motion first. But I'm just looking at the recommendations and the policies that are listed to support those recommendations, and I'm not sure that there's anything within what is being proposed that would overcome them.
Okay, thank you very much again for your contribution. Just to clarify where we are, Mr. Henderson, obviously I jumped the situation a bit when I came in moving sites before we had our Mr. Marshall there. But so will that still stand as the motion? It's been seconded, but Councillor Kerr came in and he was moving, so whether it would be an amendment to that motion to go to sites. Councillor Kerr moved to grant the application.
Thank you, Convener. Indeed, your motion would stand, and that was seconded by Councillor Steenbank. As far as I've noted, we don't at the moment have a seconder to Councillor Kerr's amendment. What I would say in any event, and I think Councillor Murtagh picked up on the point that if there is to be an amendment, standing orders now provide that you wouldn't take a vote of a procedural matter against a substantive matter.
Right.
So the vote would initially be on the procedural matter on a for and against basis, with any amendment that may have been seconded being subject to then, if the site visit was not agreed to, becoming the substantive motion against which any other amendment could be made. So
Okay.
Thank you, Convener.
Okay then, does anybody else want to come in? Councillor Kerr, you want to come in again?
I'll withdraw my proposal, Convener.
Fine.
Quite happy to go to sites, let the rest of the committee see the surrounding area.
So just to get a flavour where we are at the moment, sites has been moved and seconded. Councillor Kerr's withdrawn his amendment. But how's everybody feeling? And we go back to Councillor Murtagh. Councillor Murtagh, we've got seems to be that we have a consensus opinion.
If there's a consensus within the room in the committee that they want to go to sites, I feel it won't change my mind in particular, but I'm for given the recommendations. But if you want to go to sites, I'm not going to move direct negative to that, Convener.
Okay, thank you, and thanks very much for your participation today, because I know that you and Councillor Bowes have been unwell, and I'm quite sure that the committee and officials here are delighted that you took part. Okay,
Thanks,
then.
Convener. I'd just like to point out, though, however, that even though Councillor Bowes is my ward partner, my unwellness and his unwellness are completely not connected to one another whatsoever.
Okay, then. So we've agreed to sites. Everybody agreed to that?
Thank you, Convener.
Unaccompanied, obviously. Again, thank you very much. Listen, I would just like to take this opportunity to thank you all. It's been a long day. To thank you all and thank the officers as well, especially Julie, who I think she's did 40 reports in the past few weeks. Thank you very much for your and can I just say this? Are we offline now? Can you 2 seconds? Just tell me when, Jack. I want to